Hello and welcome to another stream of Control. To continue the playthrough, we have a focus in the main game on doing the documents that have anything to do with Alan Wake. Haven't come across any yet, but there's some in the main game, and also doing the Alan Wake DLC and reading the documents in that as well. So let's continue on from where we left off. I think I'll finish the main story today, and then tomorrow we can do the DLC. Alright, we're going to grab the ability to launch large objects.
Situation report. All sectors.
Executive is in the process of being fortified, as per your orders. Maintenance is relatively stable. A security employee named Arish has apparently prevented multiple key locations from being taken by the Hiss. Research is overrun, with a small team currently holding the HRA lab. Containment is, well, it's gone dark. No one's heard anything from them since the attack. Let's hope no news is good news.
Let's hope.
Speaking of hope, let's go speak to Emily Hope.
Need something? Jesse, when you were down in research, did you run into a Dr. Rhea Underhill?
I didn't. Who is she?
She is a colleague of mine. A researcher studying a kind of extra-dimensional mold growing below research.
Well, I don't like the sound of that.
No one does. Look, I haven't heard from Rhea since the Hiss arrived. Would you mind having a look around for her next time you're in research?
Of course.
Thanks, Jesse. Now, what's on your mind?
I visited the quarry. What's the plan for all that black rock?
The Bureau has used BlackRock almost exclusively for containment purposes. See, I say, branch out. Instead of boxes, helmets. Instead of blast shields, knives.
Knives?
Yes, knives. So many combat applications. Slicing, stabbing, gouging, or... Sorry. I've been trying to get Darling to explore combat applications for years. I got a little excited.
Wow. I did not expect that from her.
I hope she is talking about enjoying doing that when, like cutting something like food, not slicing someone open. But maybe they should take the black rock material and create hidden blades out of it. Go up to the Hiss and just assassinate them.
This place is looking good. Arish is making real progress around here.
Right? This place is a fortress. And with him taking care of operations here, I can spend more time analyzing the Hiss. I've been attempting to isolate and neutralize the Hiss resonance in blood samples, but no luck so far.
So you can't reverse it?
Not yet, but perhaps reversing it is too simple. See, if Hiss resonance can rewrite human genetics, then perhaps it's a question of rewriting the Hiss resonance. In theory, that could pave the way for custom human genetic alteration.
I wonder how often the phrase mad scientist is used around here. How is HRA production coming along?
Better than expected. We've already made enough to get people out of a couple safe rooms. They're here, alive, thanks to you. And we never would have lasted this long if you hadn't walked in those doors.
You deserve thanks too, of course. We got this place up and running together, Emily. I should be going. Enjoy your data.
Oh, I will. See you soon.
It's ridiculous.
Pope's grasping at straws.
Welcome back.
If hiss is a frequency.
Hey there, Lucas. Dare you say this game is controlling? I would actually say that's true. Yeah, it's very controlling. How's it going, Lucas? Hey there, Code. Good morning. From a river of snot. Time to make some saltwater flushes and probably sauna visit today. Well, I hope that clears up for you very quickly, Code. Sorry to hear that you're not feeling well. That really does suck a lot. Hopefully that'll help.
Why couldn't it vibrate molecules in order to alter physiology? It would explain the thermal.
It makes sense. The pattern shifts.
Code, it's one of those days. Your voice was gone for good half of a day. Ah, damn. Yeah, that's the other thing that's frustrating about getting sick like that too, is losing your voice and not feeling well, but also how annoying it can be, make things uncomfortable. Oh, that's great, Lucas. That's good to hear. I'm doing well myself. Having a good day? Pieces of shit. Oh well, got the objective done. Got this side thing done.
Every time I think it makes sense, the pattern shifts.
listening to America Overnight, mystifying the airwaves for more than 29 years.
Area's under quarantine. I wouldn't go in there without talking to Underhill first. Even if you have, I still wouldn't go in.
Hey, Dr. Darling. You hate this place? You do? Why? It's awesome.
Excuse me? Are you lost? Do you normally barge into people's private workspaces?
She clearly doesn't know who she's talking to.
Shouldn't you be in a safe room?
Why? Because of those hiss things the Rangers keep going on about. Haven't you people sorted that out yet? The situation down here could spell doom for the Bureau.
You mean this mold?
Correct. Perhaps you could help me. I require samples of various mold strains, and the mold has made the environment far too dangerous for me to fetch them myself.
Really? Mold samples? I thought this could spell doom.
It could, and it will, whoever you are. The mold is spreading. We need to find the source before it spreads too far.
Any samples will do that?
No. Samples of 5 unique strains, when blended properly, will allow you to travel deeper into the pit, where I've pinpointed the approximate location of the source of the mold.
Okay. So what do these samples look like?
Similar to the one on my table there. I've made a list of the samples I need. Here. You'll find them throughout the threshold.
I'll take a look. My name's Jessie, by the way.
I'm sure it is.
I'm sure it is. Dr. Darling, indeed, it has some fungus. Just some. Just a little. Just a tiny piece here and there. It's not that bad. It's like the Mushroom Kingdom in the Super Mario movie they did in 1993, the live-action one. Lucas, of course, lady. Yeah. I mean, the hiss is... What do you mean the hiss is still happening? Like, you just click your fingers, right, and the hiss are fine. They're defeated, right? Dr. Darling, Underhill, the fungi lady. Perhaps your least favorite quest in the game. Had to check a guide. I don't blame you. Yeah, can be a bit of an annoying thing. Here's something you might appreciate, Dr. Darling.
Have you worked at the FBC very long?
Not long enough to understand their inane methodology. They want me to solve the mold, but how is one to solve anything when the basic molecular structure of this fungus is an utter enigma?
Oh, sorry, are you asking me?
It's rhetorical. The Bureau wants to control, not comprehend. But to answer your question, I'm a seasoned threshold researcher that's been brought in on a provisional basis to resolve this matter.
That's all you had to say.
Yeah, I had a look at the whole video, and of course, there's no way I could fit the whole dance into a 60-frame animation. But I took 3 key moments. The one where he does the sort of like side-to-side thing with the camera from a distance, and then the one where he does the head shake thing when he's still in his lab outfit in close-up, and then the one where he's dressed differently and doing the head thing. So I thought I'd grab those 3 moments and put them in to the one emote. So there we go.
What have you learned about the mold?
Firstly, the term mold is a gross oversimplification used only to ease communication. That said, the mold itself appears to be the product of complex microorganisms. They spin the mold, building structures like minuscule cities, swiftly colonizing our dimension, and the speed of these tiny engineers relative to their size is simply staggering.
So it grows fast.
If you're not going to listen, then why did you ask?
So the mold is coming in from... where?
We don't have a name for the threshold dimension. The origin point has been identified, but the density of the fungus makes it impossible to enter. Even if we could, I speculate that we would only find a reality entirely subsumed by the fungus. Total decomposition.
It's weird how excited she is, right? What do you know about the hiss?
How could I know anything about an entity I've only just learned of? This is exactly the Bureau's problem. My work is always interrupted by these superfluous matters.
Calm down. Just keep your HRA on and I'm sure you'll be fine.
This crude thing. I thought it was Darling's idea of a practical joke.
Not quite. Just keep your head down while I handle the hiss. I need to get going.
Try not to transport any spores outside the infected areas.
I hate guard duty down here. This place is fucking weird. This is nothing. The clocks? No, that's weird. What's weird about a bunch of clocks? Shut up! I think that's the new director. Save you. Seriously. bleach did the trick. Has Underhill tried bleach?
I hate in games where you can jump and grab stuff, but then the game randomly decides that you can't anymore.
Director?
It smells so sweet down here. Suddenly I'm really hungry. I wonder how this mold tastes.
No, Jesse, that would not be good. Do not eat the mold. Hey there, Pedersen. Welcome back to you as well. Indeed, back with more Control. I'm going to deal with some of this mold and fungus in this level.
Are those I'm going to come back to this when we can levitate.
Darling's notes are correct, even a single prism should be able to produce enough HRAs for everyone.
How can you make heads or tails of his notes? It's all random numbers and symbols to me. And song lyrics?
Before he began making videos, I did all of Darling's transcription. I was thrilled when the comms department gave him a media team.
Shadow, we back with Ready Red Telekinesis. Absolutely, Shadow. How's it going today? Alright, so we're up to My Brother's Keeper, find Dylan. Jesse goes to the containment sector to find the Panopticon, where Dylan is held. Oh, excellent, Shadow. Playing Black Flag. Nice. I love that game. That's a good one, that one.
Containment sector. Panopticon. Altered items. Maximum security prison. Dangerous. The containment sector, the Panopticon, is home to the altered items we find and contain. It is a maximum security prison. It's a vault for the most valuable treasures on Earth. It's a powder keg big enough to blow this world to dust. A temple, a place of worship filled with idols of angry gods. It's all of these, and none of them. It's something more profound, unbelievable, unknowable, something worse. Altered items. We've found many. They appear mundane, but nothing could be further from the truth. They're all powerful, dangerous. They press heavy on our minds because that's their nature. They've been altered because we can't stop thinking about them. We put them on altars because they're used to being worshipped. This keeps them calm. We contain them, but they don't want to be controlled. We study them to discover what makes them tick. If this place were ever reached, it would be chaos of biblical proportions.
Dr. Darling, Dylan, you son of a bitch. Jessie, when she finds her brother. It would have been funny if she said that.
Reminder, this week, any documents that suddenly appear pink, light red, or any shade in between must be
Reminder. This week, any documents that suddenly appear pink, light red, or any shade in between must be incinerated immediately. Failure to do so will result in termination and possible bodily harm. Thank you for your attention.
Alright, cool. We can upgrade Pierce now. And get a second mod slot for the weapon. Shin, spoiler to continue, please insert another quarter. There's only one problem with that, Shin. I don't have any quarters left. How's it going, Shin? Welcome. Your new Lord and Mistress, Fran Tuxedo Cat, has granted you permission to use the computer. Oh, that is good. Hopefully you're granted permission to use that for longer than a few minutes. Dr. Darling, damn it. Won't be able to sub for the new jam emote before February. Sub to you crooked listener last month, but for this month things are tight. Dr. Darling, that is completely fine. It's definitely understandable too. You know, like, never feel like you have to keep the subscription going. You know, if you can't continue it, definitely don't feel like you'll have to be, you know, sorry or anything like that. You know, the fact that you even subbed at all, you know, is appreciated. So never feel like you have to, you know, put my stream and subscribing above, you know, other stuff that you need your money for, you know. Shin, when you log off for the day, be sure to check your Discord. You uploaded a photo of Fran. Oh, nice. That's cool. Nice. Fran is napping on your coat. Looks nice and comfortable there. I also use Discord now on my laptop because I used to only use it on mobile, and I don't like typing long stuff out on mobile. So being able to log into it on my desktop now means I can actually type things quicker and be quick to look at stuff and all that kind of thing. Like, there's still some stuff I might wait, but, you know, like, if someone posts a 20-minute video, I'm not going to stop the stream for 20 minutes and watch it, but, you know, I don't mind having a look at an image or something that's quick. But I just find it easier to type stuff on a keyboard than it is to type and text. All hair must be eaten. After the song, time for applause.
4th, 1964. We discovered the oldest house while investigating a suspected subway tunnels. The agents found their way up into the building.
Huh. New York subway tunnels.
August 4th, 1964. We discovered the oldest house while investigating a suspected altered world event case in the New York City subway tunnels. The agents found their way up into the building. Once we became aware of it, it was there. For the rest of the population, it was hiding in plain sight, a slippery blind spot, seemingly discouraging observation. It's a place of power. An ongoing AWE of its own, seemingly adhering to its physical outer constraints and yet constantly breaking the known boundaries of reality. It's unstable, shifting. Note, for more details on control points and the research and process to stabilize and secure the core sectors, refer to a separate presentation. After extensive research and investigation, the Bureau made the building its headquarters on November 13th, 1968. The Federal Bureau of Control was never out in the open. This was always an obfuscated, classified top-secret operation. So imagine our surprise when the building's observation-resistant aspects began in some unquantifiable way to affect the Bureau as a whole.
So 1968, on the 13th of November. It's my birthday. Not the year, but the month and the day. Dr. Darling, this game must look gorgeous with RTX. Your graphics card couldn't handle it when you did your playthrough, but the one you bought 6 months ago shouldn't be able to run it on max settings. Don't know if PlayStation supports RTX. I don't know, actually. Maybe the PS5 Pro does. Not too sure. Lucas, only in New York. New York. I want to be a part of it. Yeah, subway tunnels caught my ears. Not for an IRL reason, but for a Alan Wake reason. Damage while aiming. Exclusive to spin. Accuracy. Push the fingers through the surface into the wet. The hole in your room is a hole in you. The only child, a copy of a copy of a copy. Orange peel. Hurts to be happy. Dr. Darling, there was a part in this level with one of those balls that spin a ton of debris your previous laptop was suffering, or was it from all the graphics that were happening at the time? Yeah, that'd be so annoying. You're just trying to enjoy the game and then boom, those kinds of things kick in.
P6 is what the Bureau calls Dylan. His cell's been breached. Has the Hiss found him? Are you there with him? Can you protect him?
I know who's behind that door. Or at least where it leads.
It's been a long time since Dylan and I knew each other. I've wondered about him. What kind of man he'd grow up to be. Were things as hard for him as they were for me? Maybe in here, they were even harder.
Cell breaches popping up all over the place. What's going on with the items?
And Dr. Darling R. Langston, the guy that asked for the director to do his own job. That's right, you know. Instead of like doing it on your own, just get the person who's higher up than you to actually get it.
Oh, hello. Is there something I can help you with?
I'm Jesse, the new director. I need to get inside.
New director? Right. Well, okay. Hello, I'm Frederick Langston, the Panopticon supervisor. It's not the best time for a tour. We have hiss everywhere, numerous cell breaches, and system failures across the board, but you're the director, so here we go. Founded by Zachariah Trench, the Panopticon is our state-of-the-art repository for all altered items.
I don't have time for this.
Power and...
I was told Dylan Faden was kept here. Can you help me find him?
Faden? Sure. Darling wanted him somewhere secure and isolated away from people. He's in the maximum security cells, upper level. But there's currently a pressing matter, ma'am. We've got an object of power loose in there. It's wrecking the place. The Benikoff TV, it's a real doozy. Salvador took a team in to handle it, but no one's heard from them for hours. This is a Category 5 OOP we're talking about, and if we don't contain it soon, it will tear the Panopticon apart. And we don't want all those altered items getting loose, ma'am. No, trust me.
Dylan's in there.
Open the door, Langston. I'll handle it.
If you say so. I usually tell first-timers not to touch anything, so, just do that. Here, I'll get the door for you. And please, ma'am, call me Fred.
Thanks, Langston.
Hey, listen to this. Containment failure in Panopticon cell 69. Get it? 69.
I do not see what is humorous about an escaped paranatural entity originating from cell 69, sir.
But you just said it! Come on, you guys, it's funny!
Nice.
Is the TV back in its box yet? No rush or anything, it's just, you know, an ongoing concern.
Oh yeah, Langston. In the blink of an eye, we just fixed it all. You just didn't notice.
Do you like working at the FBC?
Sure. I mean, yeah, the drama's a bit much, but I get better benefits here than I would over at the Postal Service. I checked. Better healthcare. That's not to say I don't like my job, ma'am. Been here over 15 years. No one knows the Panopticon collection better than me. I'm, close to them, in a way.
I can't tell if that's creepy or normal here.
How do you keep the altered items under control?
It depends on the item. Each one has different needs. Ritualistic touches go a long way. Singing to them.
Did he say
flipping
singing?
the lights 3 times, that sort of thing. It's not superstition if it works.
What's the difference between objects of power and altered items?
Think of them like storms. Objects of power are like tropical cyclones or hurricanes for the uneducated. They're big, rare, and scary. Of course, directors can just bind the OOP and become the eye of the storm. Altered items are more like weird thunderstorms. Some may rain frogs, some may rain corn, but they all rain something.
And how does the hiss factor into all that?
It's changing them, making them aggressive. Now they're all raining, I don't know, knives. Knife rain.
Nice metaphor.
Knife rain. Earlier, Emily Pope was talking about how they should use the Blackrock materials to create things like knives to, you know, stab and slash and gouge things and stuff like that.
Did you work closely with Trench?
Oh, he spent most of his time with Darling and all them. The inner circle. Not that I care.
Trench certainly had his favorites.
He did stop in occasionally to scowl and smoke. Did you know the Bureau has a no-smoking policy? It does. Just not for Trench. Still, he is the one who put aside funding for the Panopticon. The man did have vision.
He did have vision. He had max vision. Even when he had pain, he had max vision and pain. Hey, Anmita. How's it going, dude? Welcome on in.
How did you get this job?
Started as a junior agent because my uncle knew a guy. From there I got put on a desk until an accident left the containment sector severely understaffed. At which point I got bumped up to management. Put in a steady 8 hours a day for another 10 years and voila, supervisor.
I just picked up a gun. Or a gun picked me.
That's great, Anmita. Glad to hear that, dude. As for me, I'm going really well. Having a good day today. Making more progress in this game. We're up to chapter 6 out of 10. So I'm looking to finish the game today. Well, the main game, that is. I'm doing DLC as well.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always. You guys didn't bring, like, checkers or anything, did you?
Any active duty security personnel found engaging in non-sanctioned leisure activities will be relieved of duty pending review, sir.
You could have just said no.
No. Cheers, dude. Yeah, no. No.
The Panopticon. Dylan's close. But that object of power might wreck this place before I find him.
Oh, nice in Mita. That's good that you got Alan Wake remastered. Excellent.
Something went wrong with the Bureau's plan to make Dylan the next director. Marshall made it sound like it was all Dylan's fault, but how much of it was what the Bureau did to him? I don't think she's telling me everything.
In Mita, it was for $7.49 on Epic, but since you had some credit, you got it for $4. Oh, very nice. That's cool. That worked out really well then. What's good is, too, you'll also get the 2 DLC episodes as well, already bundled with that.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Yeah, it's good when games do that, instead of, you know, having to re-buy the DLC again as a separate thing. Oh yeah, and Mita, yeah, this part can be confusing. They're not wrong, all the different levels and sort of like labyrinth type layouts and all that kind of stuff. I hope in Control 2 they actually have a better map system as well. I think that if there's any areas that you don't have, like for example, let's say there's level 5 security door, there should be a color coding system so that you can see that you can't get past that door yet, you know, things like that.
That's the object of power. I need to cleanse it.
spiral.
Salvador, the head of security. His team didn't stand a chance against the Hiss. No one here does.
Inmita, some of these boss fights are really cool. They definitely can be for sure, you know, and it's funny with this fight because I've had playthroughs where I've had my ass kicked a few times as well. But that went well. Thanks for the GGs, dude.
Okay, the TV. Another object of power gone nuts.
Here we go again.
Okay, dealt with the TV. Now I can find Dylan.
Benikoff TV. Object of Power 7-KE. No unique containment procedures required while bound. A CRT television built by Benikoff and Sons Electrics. The screen is still functional. The object can levitate itself off the ground to a maximum observed altitude of Redacted. When bound, the object allows para-utilitarians to harness this effect for their own use. See report Redacted for the results test with Prime Candidate Redacted. The object is currently bound by Redacted. The object was first discovered in a local news story from Redacted, Kansas. A figure had been seen redacted over buildings. The Bureau dispatched agents to the town, who discovered that a man named Redacted had bound himself to the object. Mr. Redacted was detained, see case 39-HQ-656, and the object was brought to the Bureau for study. And Mitra, imagine if they made a part where she meets Alan. Redacted. Yeah, that would be cool. Actually meeting properly. In person, face to face. I've also got a new emote as well in Meta. It was one that Dr. Darling suggested. Of Dr. Darling doing some of his dancing. Yeah, the whole dance is actually so funny, but of course I couldn't fit the whole thing into 60 frames and 1 megabyte of size, so I picked 3 separate parts of it where he does 3 distinct kind of moves, and I thought I'd put those 3 together. And Mita now just is like, see, I can levitate too. I really love getting this. It definitely gives you a little bit more of an edge of your enemies. Yeah, and Mita, a bit of an oops.
Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? Is anyone there?
What are you doing in there?
Oh, thank God! Look, someone has to watch this object at all times, or it deviates. My shift replacement never showed up. Can you help me?
Damn. I can't, I'm sorry. There's an emergency. I'll come back, I promise.
Okay.
Okay, just don't forget. I can't stare at this thing much longer.
Poor Philip. Terrence before him had to do that, but Terrence didn't survive. Now all that's left is Philip. Inmates, you need to do another playthrough of this game. You never finished all the side quests and never played the DLCs. On Nice and Meter, definitely recommend. Yeah, I really like the side content in this game. And the DLCs are great too. Come on, game. I was holding down the fucking button. I pressed it and held.
Dylan. He's so close.
Hello? Can you hear me? Jesse. Are you there, Jesse?
Emily? He's gone. Dylan isn't here. He might be nearby. Or maybe the hiss got to him. I don't know.
Jesse, listen. Dylan's here. With us. He just walked in. He says he is giving himself up. He's been affected by the hiss, but he is different than the others. We must isolate him.
I'm on my way. We need to get back. I have to see my brother.
Game is like, you need to find where Dylan is. You get to Dylan. Game. Ah, ha. He's where you could have been if you just stayed there. But if you just stay there, of course, he doesn't just turn up. He only turns up if you get to this point. something I did too is I simplified my commands for the Secret of Monkey Island insult and comeback commands. So if you want to see what the insults are, it's now just exclamation mark insults. And if you want to see the comebacks, it's just exclamation mark comebacks. So the numbers still match up with each other. So if you wanted to use the insult farmer and you wanted to know what the comeback was, the number matches. So it would be cow, exclamation mark cow. So I also shortened the commands for what the insult and the comeback actually is too as well, because they were too long before. Thank you, Pedersen, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Arnie, we want to hear Arnie. No problemo. Thank you so much for redeeming that. Okay, so I've got one. Why do we stop now? Now, you gotta promise me you're not gonna kill anyone, right? Right. Swear? What? Just put up your hand and say, I swear I won't kill anyone. I swear I will not kill anyone. Alright, let's go. Visiting hours is 10 to 4, Monday through Friday. What the hell are you doing? You son of a bitch! You shot me! You crazy bastard! Don't shoot me again, don't kill me! He'll live. That's from Terminator 2, of course. Thanks for redeeming that. For those wondering what was happening there, after John Connor tells the Terminator that he swear not to kill anyone, when they come up to the security gate at the front of the mental prison, whatever you call it, he shoots the guard in the knees, and that's why John Connor's like, what are you doing? And then the Terminator's like, he'll live. In the Terminator 2 game for Super Nintendo, I think it was also on Sega Genesis as well. I could be wrong though, but there was a Terminator 2 game, and you actually got, I think, more points or something from kneeling and shooting the cops in the knees instead of, killing them. I like that one, Dr. Darling. Apes. I've spoken with apes more polite than you. I'm glad to hear you attended your family reunion. That's right, Lucas. Yeah, Terminator 2. Such a great movie, that one. Probably one of the best sequels, I'd say. Yeah, Pedersen, that whole bit is so funny. Especially when he looks at John Connor really quickly after he says, swear. And he's like, what? Which is a little bit of a, I guess it's a little bit of a meta joke too, because of the rating system. Like, because it must have been, because I think, this might sound silly, but I think part of what rating you get given for your movie is how many times certain words are said as well. So if you have fuck said a lot, that could get you a certain rating. But if you have worse words than that said, I think you don't have to have as many of those words said. I don't know how it works. I don't think that they even get told what they need to change when they come back and say you're not going to get the right rating. Dr. Darling, yeah, the new commands are much better, easier to understand. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I thought so too, as well. and not as cluttered also. Nice one, Enmita. Why? Did you want to borrow one? Pedersen, that you have never played. Yeah, it was quite difficult when they had the riding your motorcycle sections, because it was isometric, but the way in which you had to move to actually make the vehicle make turns was very, very complex. And not to mention that, you get chased by enemies that are trying to bump you off the road as well. Person, what, Rod? What do you mean? Yeah, those insults from Monkey Island, I love those. The only ones I don't have are the insults from the Swordmaster of Melee Island, because her insults are very different, but they made sure that the comebacks that you learn can match her insults. It's just that you have to think about them a bit more, because her insults are different. But if you carefully think about what she's saying, then when you actually respond, you can sort of work out potentially, which is the right comeback to use as well. In Meta Manners, you have the manners of a beggar. That makes me think of the movie Highlander, when Sean Connery's character Ramirez says to Christopher Lambert's character Connor, when he's sort of rowing him on a river in a boat, in a small boat. I think he says, "You have the manners of a beggar and you smell like a dung heap." No, actually no. Sorry, not manners of a beggar. No, I think it's manners of a goat, actually.
Alright, I won't take up too much of your time today, Dylan. Like I said, I want to talk about Jensen. Cities, towns, landmarks, anything like that?
I don't remember.
What about family and friends? Were you close to them more living outside before?
Pedersen, you remember Highlander? Those movies scared you when you were younger. All these decapitation scenes, what the fuck? Exactly, yeah, I watched them when I was young, but I can't remember how old though, but I remember watching the first two, and at that point there was only two, and then I remember seeing the third movie. I rented it on video, and I think I must have been around 11 years old. So still a kid, of course, but I mean, I saw Highlander 1 and 2 probably a couple of years before that, when I was about 9. And there was also the TV series as well, which I never saw on television. I only actually saw it on VHS, a few of the episodes and stuff. But you were maybe 10 or so, nothing weird. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think, everyone's different too. Some movies that are very violent, granted, I saw some that were the television version, because it was on TV when I saw it, so there were things that weren't in the full thing. Like Commando, for example, I only ever saw the TV version growing up, and then when I finally watched the movie on DVD, because I never bought it on VHS when I got older, when I bought it on DVD, I expected that there'd be stuff that I didn't see in the TV version, of course, but it was just cool to actually finally see that as well. There's the part in the shed where they're approaching the shed, and he throws this blade. I can't remember if it's a blade of a what do you call it? Oh, not like a saw blade off a circular saw, I think it is. He just throws that and throws it at this guy's head, and it doesn't cut his head completely off, and it doesn't cut half his head off, but it cuts off a little bit of his head on his forehead and stuff like that, you know. Things that I didn't see in the TV version. It was cool to finally see them for the first time when I got the DVD.
All right, I won't take up too much of your time today, Dylan. Like I said, I want to talk about Jessie, your sister.
What about her?
I just want to get your perspective. What do you think of her? What kind of person is she? That sort of thing.
I adored my sister. When I was little, I mean, back in Ordinary.
And you don't anymore?
When I first got here, sure. I'd always hoped she'd come too. Find me, to take me home. We went everywhere together. Why should this be any different? Casper said she could come too, to the Bureau, if she wanted to. But she never did.
Why do you think that is?
Because she didn't care about me. She always wanted to be out on her own, seeing the world. She always said so. I guess she got what she wanted.
Great. So, she wanted to see the world. Did she ever mention any place in particular?
Why?
We like to ask questions around here, you know that. Any particular cities, towns, landmarks, anything like that?
I don't remember.
What about family friends? Were you close with anyone living outside of Ordinary?
I'm done with this. Tell Casper I want pizza for lunch today.
Dylan, wait. We're not... End of session.
Pedersen, yeah, you wonder how much of a movie they really censor when it comes to TV or streaming. It's a little sad they cut off many scenes and so on. That's true, you know, like changing words even. And sometimes it's just so noticeable that a different word was supposed to be said. I think there's, you know, some humorous examples you can find online of what words they've changed those words to and stuff like that. But I remember, you know, watching some or listening to some audio commentaries of movies, and they would tend to say things like, yeah, we submitted this to the ratings and they came back and told us that we couldn't give you this rating because there's things that you need to change. And they'd be like, well, what do you want us to change? And they wouldn't tell them what they wanted to change. And so sometimes they'd just do things like shave a few seconds off of a shot of like blood or something, and then they resubmitted the movie and then it got through. So there's probably things like that too, where depending on what they're showing and how long they're showing it for, like if you were to show a scene of someone getting punched in the face repeatedly and it focused on it for like, you know, 30 seconds and all you saw was the face being punched and you saw the blood coming out and all that kind of stuff, then that could potentially affect your rating. But if you took a few seconds off the shot of it, then you might get a lower rating if you're going for that. Lucas, what's really bad is when some have a really bad voiceover and it's a totally different voice. That is so true as well, you know. It's like they couldn't get the actor back to do the recording of it, so they just got some random to try and, you know, and not even try sometimes to do an actual, like, impression of them or anything. But it's funny, though, because, like, there's some voice actors actually get hired to do lines for some actors if they can't make the schedule to come back in and do ADR, additional dialogue recording or looping. So that'd be quite a cool gig, I think. Pedersen, you know, Aliens is movies, they changed a lot of some versions that you've seen. Just sad. Like 15 minutes was cut from the TV version. You mean, what the fuck? Yeah, you know, like, you would think that the very rating itself would be enough to be like a signpost and say, hey, this whole movie is going to have some stuff in it, you know, so be advised, you know. Hey there, Alchemy, welcome on in. How's your day going today? Lucas, like Smokey and the Bandit 2 when they don't even use Jackie Gleason for the voiceover in his lines? Oh, really? I don't think I saw that one. I saw the first one, I know that, but I can't remember if I saw the second. I could have done, actually. I think I did. Actually, the third one was the one I didn't see. It's always cool seeing actors that you saw them when they were older, and then you see a movie when they were younger, like Sally Field, who played Forrest Gump's mother in Forrest Gump. When I saw her in Smokey and the Bandit, which was done in the 70s, versus Forrest Gump, which was done in the 90s, I was like, oh, that's who that is, you know? So it's interesting to see actors when they were younger and stuff. I mean, some people's face structures and stuff don't really change that much over time. Like, their face might have a little bit more weight on it, or they might have had something done. But sometimes there's not really that big of a difference. But sometimes there is, you know. Okay, am I pretty good? One of your last days before back to work next week. Kids are already back at school, so some alone chill time. Oh, that's cool. That's really good. I hope that you can enjoy yourself and that the time goes really slow. I often like to say that it's great when you're doing something that you enjoy for time to go really slow so you can enjoy it. And if you're doing something you don't enjoy, for time to go quick so it gets done and out of the way. But that's good. Lucas, for Sally, she's just getting older. That is true. Exactly. Yeah. You know. Then you get actors that people say, oh, they haven't aged today, but they have. You know, if you actually look, you can see. Like even people like Elijah Wood. Like people are joking like Elijah Wood looks like he still did when he was, you know, like in his 20s. But, you know, things change and, you know, faces can change and, you know, bodies can change and all that kind of stuff. But you get actors like Keanu Reeves as well, that you had that meme going around that is immortal, you know, showing people who look like him throughout the centuries and stuff. People saying, oh, you know, he hasn't really aged much. But if you look, he has. Not that it's a negative thing. I mean, it happens to us all, you know. Pedersen, we're all just getting older. You wish it was the other way around. Oh, yeah. It'd be cool if you could choose, you know, when you wanted your aging to stop. Dr. Darling, you got this scar on your face during a mighty struggle. I hope now you've learned to stop picking your nose. I love that one. That's one of my favorite ones. Pedersen, damn, you're already 41. Feels like yesterday you went to high school. I know that feeling very well. Absolutely. Yeah, that's how old I am. How come you can pick your friends? You can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose. I mean, you could try, but it'd probably be very awkward. They probably wouldn't be your friend afterwards. Pedersen, no, you still pick your nose. We'll never stop, lol. Dr. Darling, he isn't? My world is collapsing. I know, right? He's not immortal. Imagine if he was, though. Now that we can levitate, we also have skills in that category that we can actually apply points to. But I think I want to save up to get 8 points so I can get the multi-launch.
So many cell breaches. I guess life's a breach, huh? I'm funny.
I like that pun, Langston. Like Barry's pun where he's like, I guess that one saw the light and no one responds, and I'm like, I thought it was funny, Barry. Pedersen, we can only hope we get a long life, that's all. But you never know what happens the next minute. That is so true, you know. And it's for everyone as well. Whether people are experiencing something great in their life or not, you know, any time can be the time.
Let me know when the hiss are gone. I miss my desk.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always.
I'll be here, like always. Alright, now that I have levitate, I want to go and deal with the mold. Fucking hell. I pressed the button to levitate, but it was too late. There we go, leap of fail in control. And Mita, that's why I should be thankful for every day. You never know what tomorrow brings. Exactly, and Mita, you know. And it can be tough, you know, because you can have those days where everything seems to go wrong, and it can be difficult to actually see the positive in stuff, which is understandable. But trying to, you know, at least. Pedersen, when you have getting older, you tell how you take life for granted so damn much when you're younger. You always think it's tomorrow, but, you know, that's not true at all. You look back at yourself, or that guy who took life completely for granted. Yeah, and I think too, like, part of that is when you're growing up and it's like, okay, here's your routine. Like, you know, if you're going to school, it's like, it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You know, you get up every morning, you go and you have breakfast, you get dressed, you go to school, you have your stay, you know, you come back home and then, you know, you go to sleep and then rinse and repeat. You know, and it can get to a point where you just, you know, take for granted that you're even able to go to sleep, you know. So people who have insomnia, you know, it's really sucks that when they're suffering and they want to go to sleep, they just can't, you know. So you think about those things too, where it might just be very easy to be like, I'm going to go to sleep now, and you just go to sleep. Where someone might be like, man, I've tried going to sleep for so many hours now and I just can't, you know.
Sir, ma'am. Sir?
Pedersen, sounds like me. Insomnia is a bitch. You must take medication or you'll be up for days. Oh, really? Yeah, I just can't imagine what that's like, you know. It's, I imagine, too, it would be so annoying, especially, like, things if your eyes start to hurt or, you know, things like that, too. How can I? Hold up. You did not know there was a control point there? Yeah. Yeah, it's good that they put one there so that you don't have to keep on going back to the other one every time you die. All these little nooks and crannies they like to put things into.
This must be one of the samples.
You always go to Central Research? That's fair enough. Yeah. Like, there's so many parts of this game too where you can get annoyed at accidentally dying because you know that you're going to have to go somewhere that's further away. It's good that you can actually restore all your health too at a control point. Okay, Miles, so you have no idea what safe rooms are for in this game. Oh yeah, like the ones that have the special doors on them. Pretty much just for like items that you can get, and also the documents sometimes as well. Fucking hell. Didn't want to fall into that fucking bloody pit there.
One of Underhill's samples.
Whatever, just fucking kill me. Jesus Christ. These fucking enemies are annoying. Alchemy Pierce seems tiers above any other weapon in this game, it feels like. It can definitely come in handy, especially for boss fights. Especially if you also have the weapon mod applied where it does more damage when you're aiming.
Building shifts occur at random and without warning, but with the Bureau's cutting-edge technology, we can stabilize the old safest house. Safe employees are happy employees. Certain rituals allow agents to navigate the oldest house as well. But accidents do happen. Trapping agents inside the walls. I heard you got stuck in your room for 3 days, Topher. Too bad you didn't have your book with you. Or any food. And remember, kids, when you feel the floor deviate, it's already much too late.
Yeah, and meter rip indeed. Alchemy, you have 2 of those on your current playthrough, like 34% and 41% when aiming. It deletes most things. It's really good to have those sorts of combos. I tend to go for that stuff. Reload speed isn't really that much of a thing for me. Like, I don't really care for it, so I don't worry about those ones. Yeah, double face and meter. Imagine seeing that in your dreams every night, all night. That is so disturbing, Alchemy. That's the great thing about the Threshold Kids shows in this game is that really, really sort of creepy. They're trying to be educational, but at the same time, they're also trying to make sure that it's drilled into the person who's watching its head that these things are very dangerous that happen in the oldest house and can cause death.
Found one.
Dr. Darling, imagine having a Threshold Kid's nightmare. My dad disappeared and haven't heard from him. Ow, I'm sure he is fine. I like when Topher's like, I don't know what missings in actions is.
This looks like a good one. This looks like a good one.
Oh yeah, Alchemy. I like in games where you
Sold
can do
5
that.
samples. I should get these back to Underhill.
You look like a woman with mold for me.
I found all 5, but I kind of wanted to eat them.
The mold has that effect on some people. Likely due to the fact it's not actually mold, or even of this dimension. I suspect it is the result of 2 incompatible molecular structures, one dominant, coming into contact. I call it mold, or fungus, because it's closer in appearance and behavior than anything else we know. Except perhaps bacteria.
She reminds me of my old biology teacher.
Did you happen to meet any more members of my ranger detail?
I didn't see any rangers. Just walking mold people. Unless...
Yes. If you found mold people, you found my rangers. I refer to the creatures as hosts. They, like other unwary agents, succumbed to the appetite. But that's nothing for you to worry about. The pill I'm about to make with these samples will make the lower level perfectly safe to traverse. It has the added benefit of immunizing you against the pit's toxic spores.
I feel like I should ask to see her credentials.
There. That didn't take too long now, did it? Ingest this pill, then go and find the source of the mold. Only there can we begin to understand how to stop it.
Take a mystery pill because a rude lady in a hazmat suit tells you to. Great idea, Jesse.
Ugh. Honestly, did you want me to wrap it in cheese?
Not the taste, the smell. It stinks in here now.
Good. That means the pill is working. The worse it smells, the safer you'll be. Now go. Find the source.
Dr. Darling, gross. That's what it is.
Have you worked with Emily Pope?
Our paths have crossed. Darling arranged for us to have a coffee. A meeting of the minds, he called it. She's talented. I can certainly see her doing well here.
I feel like there's a but coming.
But she's drunk a bit too much of the Bureau's proverbial Kool-Aid. She shouldn't be afraid to forge ahead on her own. Science is skepticism. Everything must be questioned before the truth can emerge.
So, is Darling your boss?
If you insist on clinging to such outdated hierarchies, then yes. However, I would argue that our fields are too dissimilar for one to manage the other. Of course, Darling would much prefer to find his own miracle solution to the Bureau's fungal frustrations. He always needs to be the hero.
Hear that, Dr. Darling? You always need to be the hero. Dr. Darling, you are not in an affair with that woman.
So tell me again how you came to work at the Bureau?
Well, like I said, I was brought in as a special advisor. A temporary position, you see. Although that's not the whole truth. I was employed here for a time, straight out of university. After a decade of admittedly fascinating work in threshold research and regulation, I began to chafe under the bureaucracy. I needed a change. Not that academia was so different.
And then the mold happened.
About 4 months ago, yes. Since my departure from the Bureau, they hadn't been able to find my equal in threshold analysis. Darling and I had kept in touch over the years, meeting at conferences and the like. He called me, and I booked a flight. I've never been able to say no to a man with a dangerous alien biosphere. I had to leave my post in the middle of term, but so be it.
So she's a professor. That explains a lot.
The mold seems to be having some weird effects on things.
Indeed. Even people are susceptible. The fungus grows rapidly within the chest cavity, killing the host. Luckily, one must ingest the stalks to become infected.
Don't eat the mold. Okay.
We've always cremated the infected bodies after autopsy, but I believe there may be another stage of maturity. A blooming, if you will.
I never thought the word blooming would sound so horrible.
A blooming. Something is a blooming. Something is blooming and a fuming.
Thanks for the information.
My pleasure. No need to hurry back.
This must be the pit Underhill was talking about.
Ranger Captain, note 7.25. Underhill sent us down this weird-ass threshold looking for whatever's making all these vegetables sprout. I will say this, it smells delicious. Ram.
Oh, God. The further I go, the worse it smells.
Yeah, Mita, take it easy. I'm just needling you.
Ramsey, Ranger Captain, note 7.28. Wait, 6, 7, whatever. Still in the threshold. Ollie's straight up eating the vegetables now, because, well, why not? Mom said, eat your vegetables. Eat too many and your skin will turn green. Green like Ollie's. Hey, Ollie, what'd you find now?
I like that. Mom said always to eat your vegetables. Eat too many, you'll turn green. Like Ollie over there.
Is that the source? It's kind of pretty. Nope. Not pretty. Is that the source? It's kind of pretty. Nope. Not pretty. Is that the source? It's kind of pretty. Nope. Not pretty. Is that the source? It's kind of pretty. Nope. Not pretty. Is that the source? It's kind of pretty. I need to stop being surprised by all the weird shit in this place.
Thank you, Alchemy, for the GGs. Thank you very much. This boss is rough. Yeah, it really is. I'm glad I finally got it.
Oh, good. Oh, need more.
Lucas, but is that the source? One would hope.
Returned, I see. And you're not sprouting mold from your eyes. I take it that means my pill worked. Now tell me everything. Did you find the source? You did, didn't you?
I found a big, angry plant. Like, gigantic. I killed it.
You killed it? You found the source and you killed it? I could have learned so much from a live specimen.
Her concern is touching. Really, it's too much.
Here, I brought you a sample.
A piece of the innermost mold. You're not such a lost cause after all. Strange. So different, even superficially. Another stage of growth, perhaps.
Please, no more stages.
You'll be pleased to know that cutting down the creature at the source has already resulted in a notable cessation of the mold's rapid growth. You've bought me time for further study.
So what now?
I'm glad you asked. While you were busy in the pit, a number of mold hosts were sighted beyond the threshold. They managed to sneak out without the Rangers noticing. There's a reason I didn't send Steve and Andy to find the mold source with the others. These vagrant hosts must be eradicated as soon as possible. The mold can still be spread by their overgrown bodies.
Any idea where they went?
The hosts I've observed are not a sprightly bunch. Here are the reports I've received. They'll help you find them.
I'll go take care of them.
Good. And do be quick about it.
There's a nice way to say that.
Lucas, dumbass, eating it. I know, right? It's so funny. They go down there to investigate, and they're like, this smells good. Start eating it, and then one of their friends turns green, thinks nothing of it, keeps eating. That's how it begins. Hey there, Crooked. Good day to you. How's it going? Welcome on in. How's things going, Senny? Control is going well. We just did the big giant mold plant boss in the pit, so we took care of that. Did mission 6 of the story as well, so we're up to the face of the enemy now. Dr. Darling, my lord. I've also got another emote, Crooked, that I put together. Dr. Darling suggested it. It's from the video Dynamite, the song.
Thanks for the information.
My pleasure.
Crooked mold, your favorite. Oh yeah, it's so delicious, isn't it? Like, it's just the best food in the world. It really is. The whole music video is so funny. And because you have a 60 frame limit and a 1 megabyte size limit for Twitch animated emotes, I had to think about which parts of the video I wanted to actually use and put together. So I grabbed 3 different parts of it. One where he's dancing in a full body shot with the camera further away, and then one where it's a close-up shot of him doing like a bop or a side shake with his head while still wearing his lab coat. And then I took one of the shots of when he's dressed differently and he's doing sort of like a head jam sideways in close-up. So I put those 3 moments together for the animated emote. You're doing well, thanks. About to make some pancakes, and then you're waiting for the repairman to fix one of your heaters. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, Crooked, but that sucks that your heaters isn't working properly. That'll be good when you get them done. You know, hopefully they won't take too long, and hopefully they actually turn up on time for you too. Because I hate when that happens, when you're expecting someone to come at a certain time to do something, and you wait like half an hour, and then you think, oh, you know, are they actually going to come? I could have done this before they came over, you know. Now that we've gotten over 8 skill points, I now want to get the ability to... Oh no, hang on, that's right. Sorry, I've got to get these first. Never mind then. I forgot. So I have to get these first. 75% to launch damage. Additional personal mod slot, cool. And we'll get the 75% to launch damage. There we go. Alright. Let me see. What else? Increase health, that'll be good. Crooked, they said they're coming between 1 to 5 p.m, so being on time is going to be relative. And that's so annoying too, because you think if they turn up closer to the first time, that'll be good, because then it gets out of the way. But if they're going to turn up closer to the end time, it means that stuff that you want to get done, you might feel like you can't get done because they could turn up at 2 p.m, you know, and so you wait around until 2 p.m, and then you go, should I go ahead and do what I wanted to do? Or should I wait longer? Because they could come at 3 p.m. Or maybe they'll stay at 5, you know, it's just ridiculous. So hopefully they turn up closer to 1 and not closer to 5. Okay, so I can't upgrade the pierce weapon yet, but that's all good. Alright, so the energy recovery I've got is the same level as this one, but this one gives me plus 27%. So I'll grab that one instead. And then get rid of that one. And for now at least, I think I'll increase the... what is it? The... Hang on. Oh shit, don't tell me I got rid of the one I wanted to put into the other spot. I hate when that shit happens. There was one there to increase energy recovery speed. Oh no. I see what I did there. No, that's all good. That's all good. Well, I might do an increase then to the shield strength. For now anyway. Oh. Missions. Okay, let's go to parapsychology first. Crooked, exactly. Those time windows are something. You remember when you were waiting for your internet to be unlocked initially, it took them 7 repair dates before anyone showed up, and each of those were 8-hour time windows? Bloody hell, dude. Talk about frustration. Like, geez, what the hell were they bloody doing? Hey Sona, thank you so very much for the 8 months in a row. Another one indeed. Thank you very much for that, Sona. I really do appreciate that a lot. That's awesome of you to do. How's things going for you today? Welcome on in. Crooked, basically the company you had a contract with rents the internet connection from the one having the monopoly, and the monopoly guys are the ones that had to show up to unlock the connection for you. But since you're not their customer, they apparently couldn't be asked. Lol. That really sucks. It's like, whether you're their customer or not, you're still a member of the public that could have either, that could give them an either positive or negative kind of like, review or whatnot, So I think it's stupid. Like, even if someone's not your customer, treat them like they are, because then word of mouth will be like, oh, that was really good. They went well. Instead of being like, don't go to them. If they don't treat people who aren't their customers really well, imagine how they treat their customers, Sony, you went back to your village for Russian Orthodox Christmas. Oh, very nice, Sona. That's cool. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. Is it something that is a long period, like, how long is that celebrated for? Like, is it just a day, or is it longer than a day? Crooked, exactly. And the guys you had a contract with are their customers since they're renting. Yeah, it's like they don't think, it's like, come on. Sona. It starts on January 7 and goes through to the 13th, with the 14th being New Year's. Oh, that's kind of cool that it's not just a day celebration, it's something that is done over time as well. That's really cool.
An early hypothesis was that the mindscape of the...
Alright, so that clears all the mold hosts in the parapsychology. Or is it just the psychology? Parapsychology, yeah. Sona, you used to travel to different villages and go house to house and sing your traditional songs, but with airfare just drastically increased, it's harder to travel around. That is a shame that things like that get in the way, and then you have to sort of like cut back on it or not be able to do it at all, you know. Oh yeah, that triggers the song.
It's just one large-scale HRA. It's an easy choice, no choice. It's there now. Protecting the most important thing from what's coming. I'll be there inside, locked in, ready to be blown away. Countdown, engines. Ready for the journey. To be Bowman flying into the monolith. Ready to see. To understand.
Caught red-headed. Thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome on in. Welcome to you and your raiders as well. Hope everyone's doing well. Welcome to a down moment there with Dr. Darling. But thank you for the raid. How was your stream of Lethal Company? Dr. Darling, what the fuck are you doing? You were drunk. You could have been. You should change your username to Drunk Dr. Darling. It'd have a nice alliteration there. Hey there, Finger Cheese, Hogloom, and Caught Red-Headed. Welcome on in. Thank you so very much for the raid, and thank you for those who have joined the raid. I'm doing a playthrough of Control. I think it's probably my 4th playthrough, I think, overall. Alan Wake 1 is celebrating its 15th anniversary, so for this playthrough of Control, because they're in the same universe, I'm basically doing the main story, and any documents about Alan Wake I'll be reading, and I'll be doing the Alan Wake DLC as well, and covering the stuff in that too. So we've just done a side quest, and I've got one of these Dr. Darling presentations that we just watched. Finger Cheese, you weren't sure what you were looking at first? Were you still on Twitch? It's like, what happened? Is this some kind of like weird, bizarre cable, TV show or something? Caught Red-Headed, it was great. Thank you so much for asking. Rated because you just started playing Control last month. Oh, very nice. That's cool. I'm glad that you had a great stream, and it's definitely a great game. Like, I really like this game a lot. I am, yeah, it's going really well. Yeah, I think I'll be finishing the story in this stream, and then tomorrow I'll be doing the DLC as well. Yeah, I think it's the 4th time now. I think the first time was 2021 or 22. I can't really remember if it was 21 or 22 now. But the game had been out for a while before I played it. Hey there, Project Razor. Thank you so very much for joining the raid as well. Caught Red-Headed, oh wow, definitely further along than you've gotten. You imagine once you play it once, the story starts to make a lot more sense. It really does. There's a lot of like things that are easy to miss as well, because there's so much stuff that the game can throw at you that it's sort of like not that easy to piece it all together, but the more you play it, it definitely gets a lot easier to figure out certain stuff. And Captain Red-Headed, Caught Red-Headed, thank you so very much for the follow as well. And Finger Cheese, thank you for the follow as well too. Thank you very much. It really is Caught Red-Headed, they sort of throw you into the deep end, just like Jesse, the character, kind of gets thrown into the deep end as well. There was actually a quote that Dr. Darling said in that video where he said to be Bowman flying into the monolith, which is actually a reference to the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey. The astronaut David Bowman, when he's dealt with Hal, who is the computer that kind of goes crazy and tries to kill him, kills his astronaut partner that is there with him on the mission, and also kills the other people that were on their life support. So anyway, the monolith is referencing the big giant black monolith that you see at the start of the movie when all the apes are sort of like going around it. And the implication is that this monolith is supposed to be this alien piece of technology that they leave on the Earth, and it's supposed to advance evolution quicker. And so the idea is that the apes became more advanced, therefore becoming us because of this monolith thing. So I kind of like how they did that. A lot of references to, you know, horror stuff in this, but also a lot of sci-fi things as well. So I need to go to the ritual division now. We're dealing with these mold things. It's fast travel here. Always forget, if you need an easy name to call you, feel free to call you Sid. Oh, cool, Sid, yeah. Either or, you know, whichever's the one that you prefer, because I definitely don't mind. And that goes for everyone too. Like, I'd rather, you know, refer to the name that you'd like me to as well. It's definitely one of those games where you're dying to know more of what is going on. Well, that's a lot to wrap your head around, to be honest. Oh, yeah. And the documents are really interesting, too, what you can read about. And, like, they have, you know, refer to this document when you're reading one document. And if you've already collected that one, you know, if you know what you're looking for, you can sort of, like, put two and two together and figure things out. But what I really liked about this game was that, being a fan of Alan Wake, I went into it hoping that the game itself would be also good. The things that they actually had that were of its own, and I was very happy with that too, and also how it connects to Alan Wake. You love reading all the little flavor text, the world building. It can be a lot, but you enjoy it. That's true as well, Sid, you know. And there's just so much, you know, like the amount of time it would have taken to actually write, and not just write, but also all the rewrites that would have had to happen to get to the final version. Finger cheese, call you Inigo Montoya. That's such a good movie. I have not seen it for a very long time though. I'm terrible with movies these days. If I'm visiting someone's place and they're watching a movie, that'll be when I watch a movie. Or otherwise I'll just go to YouTube and watch scenes from a movie. I won't watch the full movie, but I'll happily watch, you know, 10 scenes from the movie. Or see a video analyzing the movie, but not actually watch the movie, you know, things like that. Sid, does Control tie into Alan Wake a little more than you realized? You know, when you started looking into both games, many people said that they don't really tie in story-wise, but the worlds are intertwined. Yeah, I'd definitely say, like, the main story, they don't actually, like, connect in that way, but more so the things that are in Alan Wake, in Control, they also give it a technical name, or a scientific name, if you will, to the phenomena and stuff like that. Like, for example, there's a typewriter that Alan uses, and in Alan Wake, it's not referred to as anything special, but in Control, they refer to it as an object of power, just like all these other things. So there is some really cool things that connect there. But it's one of those things too, like, if you haven't played Alan Wake, you can definitely play this game and not feel like you're missing on anything that you need to know. It's more just, oh, that's a cool reference, you know, that's a cool connection and all that kind of stuff. And it's the same with Alan Wake as well. Like, you could play this and then play Alan Wake, and or you don't have to play this, you could just play Alan Wake if you wanted to as well. Yeah, finger cheese, definitely got the reference. It can be funny though when you do that though with movie references, because you just don't know if someone is going to actually know what you're talking about. They might think that you're just saying something random that's just from out of nowhere. But such a classic movie. Like, I remember when I first saw it, I didn't see it from the start, unfortunately. A friend and I were channel surfing, and I think we came into the movie when it was towards the end. But we definitely were able to come into the movie when Inigo Montoya said his famous line. Sid, not to keep blathering on, but yeah, honestly, sometimes watching quick synopsis from movies is sometimes more enjoyable than taking the time to watch the full movie. That's true, you know, because you can get a lot out of just watching the scenes. And if it's a movie that you've already seen, you already know what happens, you know, so it's not a thing of needing to see the events unfold. It's just, this is a cool scene from this movie, let's watch someone talk about it, and there might be some things that weren't recognized or noticed the first time around that they point out, and you can go, oh, that's cool. Plus, like, commentaries and stuff like that. I used to love that with DVDs. Blu-rays as well, but I sort of lost interest in getting Blu-rays for special features because I found the special features was sort of just mainly being too generic. Like, here's a 5-minute video, here's another 5-minute video, and that's it. It's like, yeah, great special features. Oh my god, that makes so much sense. You didn't even really put that together, the typewriter thing. Yeah, it's just so cool, you know, and when you actually replay Alan Wake as well, and you've played Control, it starts you thinking back to things that you experienced in Control, and you're like, oh, so that's how that connects. These hiss, they don't let up. So I've dealt with one mold host in the ritual division. Let's go to a different spot. Finger cheese, same. You have so many DVDs still, but stop getting Blu-rays. You think streaming kind of made you stop too. That's a fair point as well. It sort of becomes a thing of, if you're more interested in just the movie, it's like, why worry about getting a physical copy to get some special features that you might just not really have interest in, when, you know, it's just the movie itself you might want to revisit. Hey there, Keone, welcome on in. So the mold thing is here in the elevator, I think. Actually, no. It'll be in on the floor that the door opens to. No. Might be a different elevator where that happens. There it is. So do you normally play a lot of story-heavy games? Absolutely. Yeah, that's the kind that I really like as well. And when I'm doing playthroughs as well, like if there's a cutscene, I wait until it's actually done before like talking over it and stuff. However, if it's a case where I've died and it happened before the cutscene, I'll just skip the cutscene or use it as an opportunity to, you know, talk or catch up to chat and stuff like that. But yeah, single-player games. I used to do 7 days a week, but I've dropped that down to 5 now this year. So generally it's Wednesdays through to Sundays now that I actually do streaming. And I've got this game. I'll be doing Assassin's Creed Brotherhood next as the next playthrough. And I won't be streaming for a few weeks this month. Next week, starting next week, I'll be taking a few stream weeks off as well, but I'll be back streaming again in February because I want to do the Tomb Raider remasters, 1, 2, and 3, replay those, and then when the remasters of 4, 5, 6 come out, be able to actually play those when they launch, which is I'm really looking forward to those, especially to see what they've done to fix things in Chronicles and the Angel of Darkness as well. Because in Chronicles, there's actually a glitch that happens in one of the final levels that if you reload your save close to the spot, the glitch will still be active. So you have to choose a save that was earlier and actually reload that to fix the glitch. And it's one of those situations where if the glitch happens, then there's no point trying to still do what you need to do, because what you need to do is reliant on something that the glitch breaks. So it's like, ugh. So I hope they fix that with the remastered version, because that was really annoying. The playthrough's going well, Keone. We're up to mission 7 of the main story, and I'm just doing like a side quest as part of like the whole mold thing. So we're going around to certain areas and eliminating the mold. But yeah, the playthrough's going well. Said, oh nice, damn, you feel like you definitely rated the right person? Like every Wednesday through Sunday? Well, that's dedication. Yeah, I sort of thought, well, what days would be good to take out of the schedule? And Tuesdays were a day where I do a split stream. So I do one stream, take a break for, you know, sometimes it'd be half an hour, sometimes it'd be like 2-3 hour break, and then come back. So when deciding what days to take off, I was like, well, I'll take the Tuesday off the schedule. And then what other day could I do? Because I wanted to make sure it was like a block of days. So it wasn't stream one day and then don't stream for one day and then stream again, you know. So I thought, well, I'll use the Monday as well as a stream day off. So I thought Monday and Tuesday would be good. But yeah, story-driven games I just absolutely love. Like, I've played multiplayer stuff in the past and things like that, but I'm definitely more interested in single-player experiences as well. And I like to do, you know, playthroughs that sometimes cover extra stuff, like reading things as well, because that's quite cool to get some extra information on stuff. Hey there, Tech. How's things going? Welcome on in. Finger Cheese Brotherhood is so good. That's your favorite AC? Oh, very nice. I don't blame you. It's such a great follow-up to Assassin's Creed 2. The soundtrack is chef's kiss as well. Like, Jesper Kid's work on all the games he's done is really good. So it was good that he also did music for that. And I want to do different playthroughs this year of it because it's celebrating its 15th anniversary, which is crazy to think. Because the games, a lot of them were released a year after each other, it means that their anniversaries follow a year after each other as well. Sid, why did you think we were talking about Tomb Raider, lol? Yeah, I definitely mentioned the remasters because the remasters are 1, 2, and 3. I think they did such a great job of it, and being able to switch back and forth whenever you want to the new graphics and the old is really cool too. Because with photo mode, because the original didn't have it, with photo mode on top, it's really cool to go into photo mode and actually move the camera through the areas, not only for like making sure you haven't missed any items, but also just to take in how things look differently as well. So when I do the remasters of 4, 5, and 6, I definitely want to showcase the differences between the two graphics on the fly as well. Alright, Synchronicity Lab. No, I have been here. Okay. I'm like, have I been to the Synchronicity Lab? And the answer is I have before. I better go into that screen to do these redemptions because this game has a habit of making enemies just spawn in on you. Hey there, Zereth. Welcome on in.
I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle, and here is my spout.
Thanks for redeeming that, Zereth. And you got the spelling right? Yeah. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Sid, oh no, I totally get you. You're definitely a bit envious, but you're also trying to get more into story-driven games. You got better last year, trying to carry that through to this year too. Oh, that's really cool, because there's so many games that have a lot of great characters too, as well. A lot of really epic kind of moments, and there's also games that have some really good background information you can read about. Zereth, thanks for redeeming the Remedy Games quote, so I can choose whichever game. Cool. Thanks for redeeming that, dude. Okay, so I've got one. Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and is what we'll remember in the end. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. Thanks for redeeming that, Zereth. That's from the first Alan Wake, the opening narration. I used to think Wolverine was real. Now I realize it was all a Hugh Jackman. Thanks, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that Arnie impression. Nice play on Hugh Jackman's name. Yeah, finger cheese. It's so crazy, like... And then there's games that are celebrating 10th anniversaries too in the series, like Assassin's Creed Syndicate as well. You know, Witcher 3, that's celebrating its 10th too. Heaps of other games, of course, but they're a couple that I'll be doing playthroughs of.
Mold, where is Ethan? Oh, right, he's kind of off being moldy.
Zereth gets it. Get it off being moldy. Mold, where is Ethan? Oh, right. He's kind of off being moldy. Getting off. So was it getting off or kind of off? Sid, what are some of your favorites? You know, that's pretty hard to narrow down, but always down for a good recommendation. Oh, yeah. So, Alan Wake 1, definitely. That's a great story and a lot of really cool information that you can get in the manuscript pages. Tomb Raider 2013 is really good too. The island that you're on, there's a lot of really good documents you can read, and the game has narration for those too, so you don't have to read them yourself. You can just listen to the narration for them. That's also another game that I think has a really good story. What else? Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. Like, they've got great stories as well. Like, just phenomenal stuff. Especially Red Dead 2 as well. Like, 8 years after Red Dead Redemption 1 came out. And it's a prequel, but you don't have to have played the first one first. They both work really well, whichever one you play first. And Assassin's Creed Origins, I really love the story in that game as well. Like, it's such a great, well-told story. Well, thank you, Pedersen. I'm glad that you enjoy the impressions. Thank you. Zereth, off being moldy as in gone off, i.e. gone bad and growing moldy, like moldy food.
Mold, where is Ethan? Oh, right, he's kind of getting off being moldy.
Is that more like it. Sorry, Zereth. Sid, interesting. You know these games existed, but you never had them recommended for actual story. Besides Tomb Raider, because you love Tomb Raider. Oh, nice. Yeah, there are definitely some great examples of games that have great stories as well. Another one, Assassin's Creed Black Flag, that has a great story as well in the Assassin's Creed series. Alright, so mirror testing, we'll be going to that eventually. Because I'd like to do that mission. Here we go. Dr. Darling, Revelations has your favorite city. Just beautiful in contrast to Valhalla. Oh yeah, Revelations is also a great game too. I really like the aesthetic of Constantinople. Pedersen, damn, you know a ton about games and movies, man. Love it. Oh, thanks, Pedersen. Yeah, sometimes my memory is a bit hazy on some movies as well, especially when it gets to the nitty-gritty information of some stuff. But overall, there's a lot of stuff that is just, you know, so memorable. Oh, that's all good, Sid. Yeah, so heard rather, yeah. Person, you love Black Flag, Sea Battles, yum. Oh, yeah. Edward and his story is done so well, and Matt Ryan, who plays him, is just awesome. Lucas, of course, everyone knows Rogue is his favorite. Alternate Universe, Rod Legion. Or what is it? Neagledor. Like they take Jesse's name in this and they give you a doppelganger called S-Edge. So maybe it's my doppelganger that likes Rogue.
Do you have a spare diamond?
What? No. Why?
It's like, do you have a spare diamond? It's like, yeah, I'm sure. Just, you know, that's something that everyone carries around, right? Just a diamond in their pocket. Matt who, Lucas? Matt Ryan. He be the one that play Edward. Here we go.
I think that's the last one. I should let Underhill know.
There we go. Pedersen, you can throw away your lexicon. We have a living lexicon right here, lol, Rod the Wise. Yeah, movies and video games, they've been the two forms of media that I really like a lot. I used to read a lot growing up, but it's only once in a long while that I actually read stuff now. Sid, okay, it's quite late for you, so unfortunately you do need to head off and get some sleep. So glad you rated in though. Definitely hope to catch another of your streams again soon. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. That is all good. No worries at all, Sid. Thank you so very much again for the raid. I really appreciate that a lot. And thank you for the follow too, as well. I really hope that you have a great one. I hope that you have a great rest of your day or night, whichever it is. And I'm glad that you've enjoyed your time here. Thanks. I definitely will have a wonderful rest of my night. Thank you very, very much. I hope you have a good one. I like how the Doctor is called Dr. Underhill, which is the name that Gandalf tells Frodo to actually go under on his travels.
Back again, Director.
I found the hosts. They won't be spreading any more mold.
Well done. I'll send burn teams to sanitize the locations. I'm beginning to wonder if these hosts are originating outside the threshold in independent patches of mold growth.
You don't sound very optimistic.
Optimism is for farmers, as my mother always said. I suppose you could now return to that hiss business you all seem so concerned about.
This woman has some incredible tunnel vision.
That's true. You're right there, Jesse.
Thanks for the information.
My pleasure.
Alright, let's go back to this guy who was unfortunately stuck. Jesse finds an agent in the Panopticon who has been left to stare at a refrigerator-altered item. He can't stare much longer, but if he blinks, then the refrigerator will deviate. Imagine that. Your job is to sit here and keep your eyes open for potentially, maybe an hour or two, however long assigned. But then imagine that something else happens where you work and your replacement doesn't show up for hours and you're still stuck there having to stare at this thing. Because if you don't keep staring, and if you even blink, you're going to die. Fun, right? Now imagine also, too, you need to go to the toilet. I wonder what the pay is like for someone who works at the Federal Bureau of Control. Hopefully there's like danger pay.
Sir, only if you can reboot the cell door protocols without manually accessing them.
Sir, we are not capable of completing that task. Please assign us a different task.
Why are you talking like that? You know what? Never mind. I'll take care of it.
Essentially, these two are taking the piss out of Langston here, pretending to talk like, robotic guards and stuff.
Numerous. Let me know when the hiss are gone.
I hate when that happens.
I miss my desk.
You're about to interact with a character and they're about to start talking and you're like, damn it, am I going to miss the dialogue now?
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always.
Here he is. Poor Philip.
Keep your eyes open, Philip. Keep them open. Hope. Hope. Hope.
Hey, what can I do?
Oh, you're back. Oh, thank you. Thank you. If I look away, I don't know what this thing will do. You have to get me out of here. The door can only be opened by the Panopticon supervisor. That's Langston, if he's still around.
Langston. Yeah, I know him. I'll go ask him how to get you out.
Please hurry. My eyes, they can't.
Hey, calm down. Just focus. What's your name?
Focus, right. My name's Philip, and I think I can hold on for a bit. It's just my eyes. My eyes hurt so much.
Just hang on, Philip.
Okay, Mike, this is such a funny situation. I can definitely see the funny side of it. It makes me wonder, though, like, you can't blink, that's fair enough, but can you Does it have to be both eyes? I guess it does. Because I'm like, if it was a thing where you didn't have to have both of your eyes looking at it, but just one, then I'd like alternate which eye I had open and closed.
Some of the security cameras aren't good. How do I get those fixed?
Maintenance staff will repair any damaged systems once normal operations have resumed, sir.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
There's someone named Philip up in a cell. He's watching a refrigerator and very rapidly losing it.
Philip? Oh, shit, I forgot about fridge duty. He's been in there for over a day. I totally forgot.
You forgot about him?
There's a lot going on. The hiss, the Benikoff TV. Considering the number of things I'm juggling, ma'am, I think it's...
Listen, it's fine. We just need to get him out of there. He said you'd be able to open the cell door?
Yeah, I can unlock it on my terminal. There. Done. Door open. But Philip can't just leave. The fridge is behaving erratically. Ocular contact is the only thing that seems to placate it. If we don't have someone in there watching it 24/7, people will die.
I'll figure something out. I'm pretty good with these things.
Being pretty good with altered items isn't standard bureau procedure, ma'am.
He doesn't know us very well.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always.
Here we go, we finally have an Alan Wake related document in the main game to read. Okay, I would probably staff that room with 2 people at all times. Oh yeah, just having like one person there at a time. Like, they should have had more than one at the same time. Oh Dear Diner Coffee Thermos. Altered item 73-UE. No unique procedures required. Altered status is suspected, but unverified. A blue coffee thermos with a white plastic cap and a logo of the Oh Dear Diner, located in Bright Falls, Washington. The cap doubles as a mug. The item responds to Formula 1.16, yet no discernible altered effect has been discovered, other than keeping liquids warm for surprisingly long periods of time. It's also worth noting that the coffee from the thermos is always refreshing and strong, no matter its quality, before being poured into the item. The thermos was discovered on the shore of Cauldron Lake, outside the town of Bright Falls. Both are known sites of a recurring Altered World event. See Bright Falls Altered World event case file for further information. According to witness statements, Alan Wake, C Prime Candidate Program entry for further information, who went missing shortly before the discovery of the thermos, had been seen redacted collecting similar thermoses for an redacted purpose. So, in Alan Wake 1, there's 100 of these coffee thermoses to actually collect, and Bright Falls is the location in which Alan Wake 1 takes place in. Cauldron Lake is this lake that essentially has quote-unquote magical powers, and it's any work of art can be brought to life at that location. So whether you're a writer or you're an artist, like a painter or a drawer, whatever your creative art might be, can actually be brought to life. And in the case of Alan, his writing has been brought to life as well. So here we go. This is the first Alan Wake related document that I've come across in this playthrough, and because the first game is celebrating its 15th anniversary this year, I wanted to make sure that I covered these in this playthrough of Control. So there we go.
Hello? Jesse?
I'm back. I'm coming in.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Jesse? The fridge is doing something!
Philip?
Poor Philip. Rest in peace.
If I look away, it hurts me. This sounds like the board, but I can't understand it.
The fuck?
There's no Black Pyramid here. The fridge seems fixed. Did fighting that thing off change something?
Refrigerator procedures. Arctic Queen, altered item 10-KE. No unique procedures required. An Arctic Queen brand electric refrigerator model from the 1960s. No cooling functionality. The door is decorated with crayon illustrations by Redacted. The illustrations cannot be removed from the item. All attempts have failed. The paper cannot be burned or torn. The item first came into the Bureau's attention after it survived the collapse of New York City's Grand Central Hotel, where it served as an appliance in apartment Redacted, rented by a man named Redacted. It became the subject of local infamy after surviving the building's collapse undamaged. Mr. Redacted, who was out of the building at the time of collapse, Redacted PM, retained ownership of the item until 1974, when the Bureau purchased the item through a false identity. New altered effect has been observed. See file altered item 10-.f for details. See file AI 10.k for new containment procedures. Exactly in meter. 100%. Redacted. So this was the guy that died. Incident in question occurred on Redacted and was brought to HR department's attention by the internal security personnel who intervened. According to reports supported by security camera footage, Agent Filson entered the staff kitchen with the intention of consuming his private meal, a homemade sandwich cut diagonally and packed in a plastic container, but discovered the refrigerator had redacted his meal. Agent Filson began to kick the Bureau-owned appliance as he expressed his frustration in a loud and profane manner. This behavior caused multiple staff members present to become alarmed. Security was alerted soon after. Filson complied with security's commands to desist. Agent Filson was reprimanded and suspended for the remainder of the ongoing work week. The review committee recommends one non-mandatory counseling session. Maybe the fridge found out about the fact that he was kicking that appliance, and the fridge was like, we're going to get revenge. Hey, Mr. Gote, welcome on in. I know, right? Redacted. Exactly. I know what you mean. I feel the same way about it too. And Mita, you're now on your work break. You were lurking while attending to some clients. Excellent. And Mita, that's cool that you're on your break now. That's awesome. Thanks for leaving the lurking that you have. Poor Philip. Well, at least he doesn't have to stay for hours and hours, almost over a day, staring at the fridge now. Refridge. Staring at the fridge. It's a sunny day outside. That's great in Mita. It's really good to enjoy those when you can.
You guys didn't bring, like, checkers or anything, did you?
Any active duty security personnel found engaging in non-sanctioned leisure activities will be relieved of duty pending review, sir.
You could have just said no. How'd it go? Where's Philip?
Philip's gone. Something happened before I could get him out.
Poor Philip. He never did like fridge duty. But if you're here, then who's watching the fridge?
The fridge is fine now. I took care of it.
You don't just take care of altered items. What did you do?
I touched it and wound up in the astral plane. This thing was in there. It was huge, had one big eye. Wasn't friendly.
We've been getting reports from the astronauts lately about something fitting that description. The astral plane is usually connected to our world through objects of power, not altered items. If this thing is linking itself to altered items, then it's clearly powerful. This may happen again.
Do you think that thing is what got Philip?
Must have been. The Panopticon is a dangerous place. The agents all know the risks. But, since you're some sort of altered item whisperer, I've got a list of others for you to corral. The Hiss are causing containment breaches left, right, and center. Here, start with these. I'll see if there are any others missing while you're gone. My life just got a whole lot easier.
Alchemy, do you know how many outfits exist for the Jesse in this game? Now, that's actually a good question. I don't think I've ever gotten all the outfits, I don't think. I think there's also some that were dependent on what version you got and if there was like a pre-order thing as well. But having a look at the wiki for Control, you've got the standard one that you get. You've got the golden suit, acquire clearance level 5 and complete the luck and probability Easter egg in the research sector. You've got the asynchronous suit, acquire clearance level 6 and complete the self-reflection side quest in the research sector, then pick up the outfit from a mannequin in the synchronicity lab. Candidate P7, acquire clearance level 6, then pick up the outfit from a locker in the room labeled P7 in the prime candidate program area of the containment sector. Janitor's assistant, complete all What a Mess side quests for Artie, ending with What a Mess, take a break, during which the outfit can be picked up from the janitor's office corkboard in the maintenance sector. Expedition gear, complete the 3rd tier expedition in the Songmaster jukebox. Office assistant, complete the main story mission, take control. Director's suit, complete the main story, take control. Then it gets into the paid DLC. This outfit is obtainable through the paid DLC for Control, AWE. The DLC is included in the Ultimate Edition of the game. So this version I'm playing is the Ultimate Edition. So to get the extra dimensional suit, complete all available scenarios in both Shum and Shum 2, those arcade games. Exclusives, these outfits are exclusive bonuses for the original 2019 release of Control. They are not included in the Ultimate Edition of the game. And that was the Tactical Response outfit, which was a pre-order bonus for PC, PS4, and Xbox One. Astral Dive suit was a day one bonus for PS4. Urban Response was a bonus for the Control Digital Deluxe Edition on PS4, which is no longer available. But here's a link to the wiki that will also show you what those outfits look like as well. And Mita, the missions that you didn't like in this game were the ones with the traffic light. Oh yes. Yes. That one can be annoying. Hey Biko, welcome on in. Things are going well? Yeah, I am. Yeah, it'll be good. Yeah, I've got some family that I haven't seen for a while, so it'd be good to see them as well. But yeah, I definitely am, Biko. How's things going with you today? And Mita, you don't remember now if it's just one long mission with the traffic light or more than one, but you hated that, like stop, go. Oh yeah, and Mita, yeah, it's just one, but it can be frustrating too, especially when you first come across it. It's like, what the hell? Oh, that's okay, Alchemy, no worries at all. I was actually curious myself as well. I want to do the I want to at least do the S-Edge mirror thing, so we'll be able to get a different outfit for that. So I like the look of that one.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always. I told Salvador it was dangerous, but no. Why listen to Langston? I'm just a Panopticon supervisor.
Mita, you want to redeem Arnie impression, but it's in cooldown, and you want to say, I'm back inside, ready to deal with more clients. Yeah, that's totally fair as well. Let's actually have a look. So that was the Arnie impression. Yeah, so that was about 45 minutes ago. So it's got about an hour of cooldown.
That's no normal piece of paper. Okay, need to know where it's going. Need to find the other pages. be one more page.
Hey there, Stan. This game is not realistic at all. You can't fly like that. You mean you can't? I need to get a refund on this game then. I thought this game was called Realism. I must have misread the title as Control. Damn. Makes me wonder what other things I've misread. Is that actually your name, and Stanley was happy? Or am I reading it wrong? Hey dude. Imagine if you could. That'd be quite fun. Maybe. Depending. What is anything? It's anything. Anything you want it to be. Anything can be something. Something can be anything.
Okay, I need to know where it's gonna end up. Done and done.
Hello there, Ave. Things are going well, thanks. Things are going good. How about yourself? Stan, in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Douglas Adams describes flying as slipping on something and then simply forgetting how to fall. Don't try it at home. Definitely not. Yeah, that's not something to try at home. Ave, you're depressed. Nah, joking. You're back at work, but these 2 weeks off, these 2 weeks of being off work has made you regain a lot of energy. Oh, yeah. That's the thing, too, going back to something like that. And having to, settle back in to the routine as well. Letters procedures. Moving letters. Altered item 77-KE. Blackrock paneling suppresses the item's effect. A stack of 4 envelopes, each containing a single page of paper. All 4 letters are illegible due to extreme water damage. The envelopes, curiously, do not show any sign of such damage and are covered in messages of love. The items are able to move short distances at a pace of less than redacted, and always in a redacted direction. This is the first altered item to have multiple separate parts, a fact previously believed to be an impossibility by redacted. A proposal to take the items outside of their oldest house and follow their movement to its final destination is under consideration with the Budget Committee. See file RTO-7158 for details. Items was found in the Dead Letter Archives, where the Herd archivist found it attempting to escape a filing cabinet. She reports having no record of the items in her archive of letters. Alright, so I won't be reading those. Are you still waiting to get back? The book analysis. You feel forgotten. You want feedback and a new assignment to improve your writing ability. You think there are 1 to 3 more assignments. I would feel the same, you know, like if it's taking a long time to get that feedback, it would be frustrating too, because you just want to take the feedback and then use it to improve if you need, you know, or take a look at things you might have not noticed that they might notice and stuff. So hopefully they actually get back to you soon.
I'm missing an Alex Casey movie for this.
Nice. Alright, so there's another reference to Alan Wake. So he was talking about missing out on seeing the Sudden Stop movie. The Sudden Stop is a novel written by Alan Wake, starring a character that he came up with called Alex Casey. And because Remedy don't have the full rights to Max Payne, or any rights at all, I don't think, they couldn't have Max Payne be the character that Alan Wake wrote, so they came up with a character that is essentially a doppelganger for Max Payne called Alex Casey. James McCaffrey, who voices Max Payne, actually also plays Alex Casey in numerous Alan Wake-related games. He also voices and plays in live action the character of Zachariah Trench, the previous director, before Jesse became director. Thank you so much, Ave, for leaving the lurk. Thank you.
Easy peasy.
Hello there, Ryu. How's your day going, dude? Human hand chair, altered item 63-KE. Item must be kept in isolation and removed from other unsecured objects. Under no circumstances is the item to be sat in. A plastic seat shaped like a human hand from the 1960s. The hand's palm forms the seat with the fingers acting as the chair's back. The item affects gravitational forces, attracting and repelling objects near itself with a force of redacted. Its fingers have also been observed to change position, though too quickly to be witnessed or filmed. The item may be changing forms rather than moving. The item only displays these effects during full moons. Sample analysis confirms that it contains human genetic material. Found in a warehouse at Redacted, Albany, a team of ranger trainees, accompanied by an experienced field agent, were dispatched to investigate local rumors when they encountered the item. They successfully retrieved the item, see case PAI-61224 for details. Oh, that's great, Ryu. Glad to hear that, dude. I forgot to actually talk to you about the Glitch Gremlin, the Legacy sequel that James Rolfe did. That was really cool. I watched the behind the scenes of it today. I like the references to a lot of stuff, like even referencing Rocky IV. The whole going to like a winter location where it's snowing. Going into enemy territory. The game Glitch Gremlin lives on. Absolutely. I think that's a great character. Like, I'd like to see a Glitch Gremlin game, actually, where you have to go through various game worlds that are references to other games and actually cause glitches to happen. The main villain could be a player who gets teleported inside the world of the games, who's pissed off at the Glitch Gremlin. And I mean, it could be the angry video game nerd himself, I guess, as well.
What's your guys' deal?
I've got glitches in my britches. Such a great quote. Who in that case, it can also be an angry video game nerd game where he has to stop the gremlin from fucking up so many games. Reading that out loud sounds like something the nerd would say. It'd be funny to have a part where you actually get into the Gremlins movie universe, and one of the parts of the game has you getting help from Gizmo to stop a variation on the Gremlins where they're basically some evil spawn of the glitch gremlin. There's some kind of like fusion that's happened. Hey there, AC. Thank you so very much for the raid, dude. How was your stream? Welcome on in to you and your raiders. How was Conan Exiles? We're just about to watch my favorite show. It's a very uplifting, very educational show that can help you get to sleep really well. Hey there, The Sniper. Welcome on in. Thank you for joining the raid as well. I hope you had a good stream of Conan Exiles AC. Everybody sit back, relax, and enjoy this very uplifting show.
TV! Let's watch Donkeys in Space! It's not safe! But Star Captain Eagle! Can I poke it with a stick? Okay. Bureau rule number 74. Always be suspicious of things that weren't there before. What? Looks safe to me. Donkeys in space! Wait! It's not even plugged in!
See? Great show to watch before you go to sleep. Give you great dreams. And Lucas, what the fuck? That's the alternate title for that as well. AC stream was good. Finally got to your 40 FPS goal in Conan. Not sure if it was powering down while you installed another 32GB of RAM for 64 total, or the extra RAM. Glad to hear that your stream was good, and always good to reach a goal that you can, that you set for yourself as well. But in that game, like, because I've seen some of it being played before, is Conan a character that you can actually meet in it? Like, are there some story-related quests that they do, or is it more like you can read about events that he went through or things like that? View about as uplifting as an LSD trip. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know what that's like from personal experience, but if that is something that is similar to that, but worse, then I can't imagine. Jesse is now trying to be Snake. Where'd she go? You never took such a thing, but you can imagine the experience. Imagine seeing that, but actually feeling like you're living it. AC, you can meet Conan. The lore is based off of the Conan the Barbarian universe, and there's quite a bit of it. Oh, nice. That's good. It's good that you can actually meet him as well. Conan, what is best in life? Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women. AC, that show was when you asked your mom to go see Punch and Judy, and she told you there is Punch and Judy at home. Yeah. AC, you've never seen any of the Conan movies or books, should they exist, so you have no idea what is going on with the lore being told to you. Oh, that's fair too. I've never actually read the books. All I really know is the Arnie movies, as well as a little bit of the animated series that they did too, as well, called Conan the Destroyer. No, not Conan the Destroyer, The Adventurer, sorry. The second movie was Conan the Destroyer. I remember when I was a kid, I had a dream that there was a third Conan movie called Conan the Conqueror, which obviously never came to be. There's one of those dreams where I was inside a video store looking around, and on the shelf I saw Conan the Barbarian, then Conan the Destroyer next to it, and then Conan the Conqueror next to it. And in the dream, it was like not a surprise to see it. It was like expected to see it, where it was just like, oh yeah, that's the third Conan movie. Ryu, isn't Conan the Conqueror a popular project that never happened? It could have been. There was also a live-action series with Ralph Mueller in it as well. But I don't know if he was supposed to be the same Conan that Arnie was, or yet a different version.
To know where fiction ends and reality begins. Here, they're all the same. It's a hideous trap my every thought made real. Fear, desire. How can I ever know for sure I've escaped and not just lost in my own fantasy of it? That thought alone can drive you insane.
Nice. There we go. Alright, so... here we go. Alright, so obviously that was another appearance of something Alan Wake related. A vision of Alan in the dark place. And here's the typewritten page that goes along with that. Typewritten page. No unique procedures required. A standard letter-sized typewritten page with minor water damage. The page is full of text, but apart from the top 7 lines, all the rest has been violently scratched out. Only a few individual words and phrases can be made out. The page emits a dim glow in the dark. When the text is read, there is a feeling of dislocation, as if witnessing the page being written as you read it, and as if reality around you was being redacted to match the words on the page. This feeling is made stronger if the text is redacted. Forensic and linguistic analysis confirm that the text has been written by Alan Wake with the same typewriter as the earlier materials discovered in Bright Falls in 2010. See Bright Falls AWE case file for information. Dr. Darling. Hi, Alan. Indeed. And that was a live action clip of Alan played by Ilka Villi and voiced by Matthew Peretta. Hey there, Lone Star. How's things going today? Welcome on in. And here we have the coffee thermos. There's 100 of those to collect in Alan Wake 1. Dun 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 dun. It's not a lake. It's an ocean. Alan, wake up. Oh, that's great, Lone Star. Good to hear that. I'm doing well. I've come across some Alan Wake related stuff, which is some stuff I really wanted to cover in this playthrough because the first game is celebrating its 15th anniversary this year, so I wanted to do whatever I can to pay tribute to that game. Hey there, like, welcome on in. Does she have the ability to fly? Yeah, you get the ability to levitate. And when you go as high as you can go, if you don't do anything, she'll just basically float and then start to descend like that. So it's not like you can just stay above the ground and keep flying around. There's a little bit of a limit. And there's only so high that lets you go as well. But you can fly around and shoot and grab stuff and throw it while you're floating and stuff. Lone, so in this game, can you pick up almost anything and throw it? Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, pretty much anything. And throw it against enemies. You can even get the ability to grab enemies and throw them as well. Alchemy, you just unlock the ground slam attack when levitating. It does so much damage. Oh, very nice, Alchemy. That's cool. That's actually something I haven't really taken any advantage of before. But that's cool. It does a lot of damage. Most do different items do different amount of damage. Not too sure about like whether you use a small item versus a big item, but you can certainly grab explosive things, which will actually do a lot more damage. But then you've also got like sort of like what they call mods, personal mods, and also mods for your weapons, which can give you various things as well. So you sort of have to go in here and make sure you deconstruct stuff you don't actually want to use as well. Oh, nice. I've got 8 ability points. So now I can actually get the ability to hold and launch up to 3 objects. Energy now recovers while holding launch objects.
Someone needs help over there. Sounds like there's a man down.
Hey there, Lucinda. Thank you so very much for the 40 months in a row. That's amazing. 41 months in a row. Thank you very much for that. Thank you so much. Good morning to you as well, Lucinda. Welcome on in. Control's going pretty good. I don't think I'm going to finish the main story today because I've been doing a lot of side stuff to get some upgrades and things. But going well, though. We're in mission 7 out of 10. And we've covered some Alan Wake stuff that's popped up, some documents, and also a little bit of a vision that you can see of Alan on a typewriter saying some dialogue, so that was good. But yeah, it's going really good. How about yourself? How's things going? Hey there, Pierwen. How's it going for you? Welcome on in. This isn't 100% like fully related to Alan Wake, but the events of Alan Wake 1 take place in 2010, so I'll read this one as well. AWE, Rising Frequency. Processes and Best Practices, AWE Frequency. For some time now, there has been a steady increase in the annual number of AWEs that the Bureau responds to. Between 2010 and 2015, we responded to redacted AWEs. For comparison, note that we only responded to redacted between 1995 and 2005. Is this rise a result of redacted, improvement in our detection procedures, or perhaps simply coincidence? We cannot say for sure, which is why this proposal for an altered world event task sector has been compiled. We need to spend more time examining what causes AWEs rather than just containing them. Listen, the things are going all right. It's the countdown to the weekend. 2 more days. Absolutely, Lucinda. I hope that those days fly by for you, because yeah, when you get so close to the weekend that you can almost taste it, it's like, come on, let's just get to it. That's really cool, Lucinda. I'm glad that things are going all right. I've also got another emote, one that Dr. Darling actually recommended to do, so I put it together. Yeah, it's such a great dance scene as well. The video was way too long to fit into 60 frames and 1 megabyte. So I basically took 3 different parts of the dance and then put them together. It looks so funny too. Such a great funny dance that he does. And the song's so cool. There he is. I will be Lucinda, yeah. That's going to be an emote that I'm going to keep after Control's finished.
I'm here. What happened to you?
I got in a little scrap. Name's Horowitz.
Is he gonna be okay?
Don't look at me like that. I'm fine. But Wells is still in there. You gotta get him out.
Who's Wells?
My squad mate. We were hunting a runaway altered item. We followed it down into the clocks.
The clocks?
A threshold. The Bureau sealed it up years back because of all the clocks. We followed the altered item inside, but the way it was acting, we weren't ready. Me and Wells were the only ones to make it to the motel court. He was right behind me, but he never showed up on this side.
I'll go find him. But first, you need to get to a medic.
Wells is the medic. Please, you gotta get him out of there. I'll be fine, really. Roop can patch me up later.
Fine. But I'll be back for you.
I damn well hope so. Just use the motel cord there. It should get you into the clocks. Sorry, the threshold.
Now go! Fine, but I'm coming back for you. We can't go through this door, but I know what's in there.
This Wells guy can't be far. Those must be the clocks he was talking about. That must be our guy.
Lone Star, do you have time for that? Yeah, I got like a few hours. Pew in this game is so strange. There's definitely a good way to describe it. That's for sure. A lot of strange phenomena.
Shit.
Are you Wells? Your friend asked me to come looking for you.
That must be Horowitz. Glad he got out. I stayed back to help the others. Did a shit job of it, clearly.
You tried. That's enough. Horowitz needs your help now. How do we get out of here?
We should head back through the threshold. We can look for other survivors as we go.
We better hurry. Which way?
Just follow the blood. Let's go.
Let's go. We move. 5 meters spread. No sound. Peering. It looks like a good game to buy, but the story is not straightforward. You still can't understand what are those things and what is this hiss. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, think of the hiss as like a entity, like a spirit or some kind of like phenomena that can possess people, and it basically takes over their body. But it can make use of whatever skills that person knows. So if you can use weapons, it can actually use weapons too. So there's still some part of the person still left, but they have no sense of control at all over anything anymore.
What's with the clocks?
Threshold effect. This used to be a regular office wing before the threshold manifested. The forces at play in there got a hold of someone's old clock and started duplicating it. Now the office is abandoned and its clock's all the way down.
We'll watch that on the bigger screen. That's so funny. Those two characters that were standing next to each other, there's actually some documents you can read where you find out that they actually like each other. So when they're actually standing close together, you'll notice that they'll both actually start to get a little bit closer as well. But yeah, I just love how awkward that whole situation is. Yeah, Pewin, so it's kind of like that sort of concept. It's not magic or anything like that, but it's some kind of supernatural entity. Thanks, Inmita, for using that one. Yeah, that's from Alan Wake 2. That one with the head bob. Dr. Darling, best emote on Twitch. Well, thank you. It's a good emote. Thanks for suggesting the Dr. Darling one. Crooked, they look very natural. Oh, they really do. They look completely natural. Nothing, weird or anything about, what they're supposed to be doing. A perfect picture indeed, and me too could frame it. Make it a portrait. It's so funny, Pierre, when these sorts of things, because, nothing gets said, but so much is said by just the visuals. And me too, these videos are hilarious. They really are. I like how they did something like that as well, using live action stuff. Pierre, when they use the term paranatural, which is cool. That's right, yeah, paranatural. I love the terminology that they use in this game, and especially too, if you played Alan Wake, I like that there's things in Alan Wake now that you can actually give a scientific name based on the fact that this game gives them scientific names as well. Like Alan's typewriter being an object of power, for example, which in Alan Wake, it doesn't get referred to as that, but in Control it does. And so I like how they did that. It's a great way to expand the universe of a previous game while creating your own sort of new IP as well with this, which I think was a great idea.
Find a way around it.
Let me see.
Oh, nice, Lucinda. That's cool. Speaking of emotes, you've got a new one too. That is so cool. You've got your own Pog. That is excellent. Love it. I love the expression of the raccoon on it too. Talking about emotes reminded you I'd upload this one just now. Oh, very nice, Lucinda. Yeah, that's really cool. Dino Pete does a great job with the designs and the style and stuff.
Thanks. That's O'Neill. Shit! No one else got out.
Ah, this is related to the fridge thing. Arctic Queen, altered item 10-KE. Redacted interview, 11/20/1974. Can you tell us why you left your building that day? I was running out to get eggs. There was that corner store on 30th. That's why I left Michael there on his own. Knew I wouldn't be gone long. He was drawing at the table when I left. Had his crayons out. Happy. The building came down when I was a block away. I ran back, started digging. City workers found Mikey later beside the fridge. The drawings hadn't come off. Tons of bricks fall on it, and those drawings are still there. How does that happen? You kept the refrigerator after the accident? Why? It still had his drawings. God must have kept them safe for a reason, right? I'd get home from work and stare at them all night. I was in a bad way back then. Why did you sell the fridge with your son's drawing still on it? They'd gotten stuck to it or something. I thought about cutting them off those magnets, but maybe it was better I didn't hold on to them, you know? Got to move on, everyone says. What's my fridge got to do with the building collapse anyhow? End of relevant portion. Listen to this one. You kind of used inspiration from in-game Asylum's POG emote style, so you can't take all the credit, but yes, it's just what you wanted. Oh, very nice, Lucinda. Yeah, that's also a really cool emote. In-game Asylum has some really cool ones as well. Taking emote templates, you know, and I think it's cool, you know, taking templates of emotes and then putting your own spin on them for your channel and stuff. Dr. Darling, you're going to fight the redacted boss in this area. Oh yeah, because I need to do the thing with the lantern as well.
That safe room is where the other guy cornered us. We sealed the door on the way out. We couldn't let it get out of the bureau.
I'll need to come deal with that altered item later. If I open the safe room now, Wells could get hurt.
When it was clear we couldn't contain the altered item, Horowitz ordered a retreat. We got out, but Hiss were waiting for us. I took Horowitz to the motel court and went back for the others.
That was brave of you.
I'm the medic. It's my job.
Listen to my god, you just reminded you of the clock room optional boss. Hell yeah. That one can be a damn friggin' pain in the ass. Alone. You could eat them clocks, but it would be too time consuming.
Come on. The motel court is on the other side of logistics. Horowitz should still be there.
Hello there, Gorky. How's your day going?
Let's go.
Let's go. Double time. Oh, that's great, Gorky. Glad to hear that you're going good.
Hold on. Something's wrong with him.
Shit.
Horowitz. Oh, God, no. You hit motherfucker!
I should talk to Wells. Make sure he's okay.
Dr. Darling, thank you so very much for the 100 bits. That's awesome. Thank you so very much for doing that. Dr. Darling, and what? No offense, but you don't think you used bits. You tried modifying the delicious emote. Oh, okay. Because I forgot I still had that channel, that channel point redeem. That was only the one. That was the only one that I kind of wanted to have. Yeah, that is weird. I wonder why it thinks that you cheered 100 bits.
I'm sorry about your friend.
Thanks. And thanks for coming to get me. Horowitz's HRA must have been damaged in the threshold. Guy never put himself first. At least the anchor altered item is still locked away down in the clocks. I hope it rots down there.
That altered item needs to be dealt with before it hurts anyone else. I should go back down and contain it.
Head to the executive sector, Wells. They could use a medic.
Thank you, Director. I'll go see what good I can do there.
Dr. Darling wanted to say that you're eating a salami sandwich and that it is delicious. Then that popped up. Sorry the confusion. Oh, that's all good, Dr. Darling. That's not your fault. Wonder why Stream Elements thought that that was the case. Stream Elements must be playing up. Lone, thank you so much for using your bits to enlarge the Rambo-it emote. That's cool. That's a good emote, that one. Rambo-it. Oh, no worries at all, Lacey. You need the sleeping of restfulness and appearing to be the dead for a few hours while your brain throws random collections of images and sounds at your consciousness in an attempt to derive some semblance of meaning from an otherwise meaningless... Totally understand, AC. Well, I hope that all those random images and everything are actually good things. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you again for the raid. Appreciate that. Would like to highly recommend people check out AC's channel if you haven't before. He's doing a playthrough of Conan Exiles. Also, from time to time, does challenge runs of the Dishonored games. A great streamer, so definitely recommend. And thanks again for being here, AC. I hope you have a great rest. Dr. Darling, if you can find it, one of Alan's quotes in the AWE DLC. Otherwise, you can choose. Oh, yeah, no worries at all. Let's have a look. Here we go. So I found some quotes from the AWE DLC for here. Okay, so I've got one. Wake needed a hero. A hero needed a crisis. For the part in the story about the government agency, Wake needed something special. Something to convey an alien force mimicking human intelligence. Something that can't be translated. Wake channeled Burroughs and Bowie. He cut up sentences and words. Orange peel. You are home. Insane. He put them in a shoebox. He pulled out the words. Wake created a Data's poem. He'd try anything once. Or had he tried this before? There we go. So that's from the Alan Wake DLC for Control. Thanks for redeeming that, Dr. Darling. Meter. You thought you already followed AC, now you do. Oh, nice, Meter. That's cool. That's awesome that you followed AC.
This is the safe room Will showed me. The one with the altered item inside. Great. More clocks.
Alright, cool. So we can upgrade Pierce, and that'll give us the final mod slot for that as well. Lucinda, it's cold outside. It's 9 Fahrenheit, minus 13 Celsius. Ooh, that is cold. Very, very chilling. I hope you can stay nice and warm. Lucinda, yep, you had to go out and start your truck 20 minutes before you leave, so your frosty window will be cleared and inside warmed up for your 15-minute drive to work. Hey, it's definitely a good idea, you know, get that sorted before, instead of, you know, being like, right, I got 15 minutes to get there. Oh shit, the car isn't warmed up. Definitely good to think ahead like that. Alright, it's time to take on this boss.
What is that? It's making more clocks?
Of course that would fucking happen. Went off the fucking edge because I wasn't paying attention to the fucking bloody sideways shit. Hey there, nah bro. It must have been the wind that pushed Jesse in that direction. How's it going? Welcome.
What is that? It's making more clocks? that? It's making more clocks? Altered item. There. No wonder the Rangers had such a hard time with that one.
And there we have it. Admitted, this one is annoying. It really friggin' is. And then its friends show up. Listen to, this boss, you never did go back and defeat it. I don't blame you. You know, it is frustrating, even though you have to, even though the restart point isn't that far away. 50 times later, it gets old in the tooth. Yeah, Lone Star, rest in peace. Listen, okay, Rod, it's time for you to head off to work in a few minutes. I hope you have a great rest of your stream, and good luck with this bitch-ass boss. That sliver of health. Thank you so much, Lucinda. Yeah, it can be annoying and tough, that one. I hope that work goes well for you today. Travel safely. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is doing a marathon of the Resident Evil series at the moment. Is currently on the original Resident Evil 4. Has already done Resident Evil 0, RE1 Original and Remake, RE2 Original and Remake, RE3 Original and Remake, and Resident Evil Code Veronica. Also a fan of the Dead Island and Dying Light series as well. Also a fan of Dishonored, Evil Within, and The Last of Us. Has some really cool static and animated raccoon-themed emotes as well. So definitely recommend. Thank you, Lucinda, for the GGs. Thank you very, very much. And that's no worries at all for the shout-out either. I hope that things go well for you today. Hope that you can stay nice and warm, and definitely catch you again soon. Thank you, Lone, for the GGs as well. Thank you very, very much. There's actually a file about the anchor as well that I picked up earlier. Okay, so Anchor's procedures, we just unlocked this now, but there's another document about it. Ocelot's Anchor, altered item 11-UE. Blackrock paneling successfully prevents manifestation of the sphere. A Trotman-style anchor made of iron with a wooden stock. Surface is rusted in places, weighs 3,789 pounds. The item generates a persistent black sphere, the purpose of which is currently unknown. This sphere is always generated at a precise point in relation to the item, specifically redacted horizontal feet and redacted vertical feet from the redacted of the anchor. Appendix 425-1983. Redacted, Ranger First Class, was dropped into the sphere wearing a diving suit with dedicated oxygen line at Redacted AM EST. After 10 minutes and 13 seconds inside the sphere, Redacted's oxygen line was cut at the sphere's border by an unseen force. All agents in the room during Redacted's entry into the sphere experienced vomiting, vertigo, and loss of fingernails within an hour of one another. Ranger Redacted has been declared missing in action, presumed dead. There's also something else related to that. Anchor Supplement. Ocelot's Anchor, Altered Item 11-UE. The crew of the White Ocelot first encountered a strange spherical phenomenon while fishing in the Redacted. Witnesses described it as a black sphere with faint light behind it. It hovered just off the bow of the ship. The crew redacted by throwing a tin bucket, which disappeared into the sphere. Soon after, the vessel lost structural integrity. The ship's metal rusted and fell apart within minutes. As the ship sank, the sphere lowered into the water. A passing fishing vessel called the Redacted rescued the four surviving crew. Agents were dispatched to the White Ocelot's last known coordinates, Redacted, and began diving operations. On the ocean floor, the agents found the sphere. The ship was entirely destroyed except for its anchor. As agents lifted the anchor off the ocean floor, they noticed the sphere behaved in conjunction with the anchor, moving and stopping as one. Contact with the sphere was avoided, but handling the anchor proved harmless. The item was transported by the Redacted to the U.S. port of Redacted. Upon arriving in New York, it was brought into the Bureau via the Redacted. Alright, I might get this shield barrage. When released, shield propels debris at nearby enemies.
That's an altered item up there. Looks like we need to hit that shield harder. So bad.
Ramen Lantern, altered item 69-KE. The item should be kept in a locked containment cell. Any prolonged observation of the item should be avoided. The item is a paper lantern known as a choshin. I probably got that wrong. The paper is red with elegant black Japanese characters that translate to ramen. Item has an attractive effect that is both physical and psychological. Nearby objects gravitate towards the item with a minor force of redacted. More notable is its ability to attract sentient organisms with its rich red color and warm, comforting glow. Hey there, Adrian. The Japanese O like that sounds like a mix of O and U. O. Oo. Yeah, I'd probably have to hear it being said properly a few times to try and remember what it sounds like and emulate it. Doc Darling, you'll take that box with you. You like it that much? Yeah, it's like, we'll carry this. Yeah, Adrian, Snake, Snake! The box is gone. Yeah, it was funny because that happened earlier where the box, Jesse was stuck in it, and I did a little bit about Metal Gear Solid. Adrian, cute how AC Brotherhood had the Metal Gear Solid box, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker had Leaps of Faith and Bales of Hate. Oh, it did it in that game? Yeah, I've only played Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3. Never finished 2 or 3. Only played 1 all the way through. And also played the old NES MSX port of Metal Gear 1. And the NES only sequel, Snake's Revenge. But I never did play the original MSX Metal Gear 1, or Metal Gear 2 for that matter, on MSX. There we go, there's the altered item lantern that we discovered and got back.
Must be one of the missing altered items. Altered item to worry about.
Hey there, Dumbledore. Good morning to you. How's your morning going so far? Adrian, this reminds you of one puzzle from Simon the Sorcerer 3D. Oh, does it? Just having to stop when the color goes red. Red light, altered item 49-KE. The object's effect is subdued by exposure to sunlight. A traffic light with 3 distinct lights arranged vertically on each of its 4 sides. From top to bottom, the lights shine red, yellow, and green. A popular children's game, see CBA-316 for details, is believed to be integral in the manifestation of this item and its effect. If an entity approaches the item while this red light is activated, they will be instantaneously relocated a distance of redacted from the item. Note, theories that the item is shifting people to a former timeline or parallel universe have been explored and dismissed. The item was discovered after a street light at an intersection near the elementary school began shifting people away from itself after sunset. A local panic brought the case to the attention of the Bureau. The item was contained and a gas leak was blamed for this confusion in the townspeople's perception. Adrian, you had to walk slowly across a bridge, but any time a guardian came out of his hut, you had to pretend you were going in the other direction. Ah, so did you have to actually move in the other direction, or could you just simply have the character put their back to them? Oh, I see, yeah, so you couldn't just turn around and put your back, you had to actually move the opposite direction. I think I think in Australia we called that whole game red light, green light, I think. But every part of the world that has that game probably has a different name for it too. Adrian, Simon 3D had a pretty smart puzzle where you had to open your actual physical DVD drive on your PC in order to open a drive inside the game. Oh, really? They went to that extent? That's interesting. It's always interesting to hear what extent they go to try and add something extra outside of the box. It's like when you had the Power Glove for the NES, and you also had the, I don't know what they called it, but it was like a balancing thing. And then, of course, decades later, they come out with, you know, the Wiimote for the Wii, and also the balance board and all that kind of stuff. Ogorki, you call it red light, green light too? Oh, that's cool, Ogorki. Yeah, I didn't realize. But yeah, it's an interesting game, actually. Adrian, a rock and roller is what they called it, was it? I gotcha. I think you could. I think there was some sports games that you could use it for on the NES. I never had one though.
I found all those missing altered items.
All of them? Wow, you have a gift, ma'am. But those weren't all of the altered items missing from the Panopticon. The hiss must be making them restless. We've had several more containment breaches.
How many of these things did he lose?
How many?
Just a couple. Should be no problem for you. I really appreciate your help. Really. Just super.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always.
Adrian, rock and roll, roll and rocker, sorry, was pretty primitive. Yeah. It's interesting though when you see things later on that come out that use the basics of those things, but are obviously more advanced.
Disappearing ducks. Great.
River ducky. Quack quack.
This must be one of Langston's altered items.
Quack quack. Quack, quack. 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 Quack, quack. Oh no, Dr. Darling, I can't do Donald Duck. I wish I could. I can't even do Daffy Duck. The duck's tired.
Finally, no more quacking.
Altered item number 52AE analysis, session 2. I will begin by introducing various stimuli to the item. First, a low voltage electric shock. No response. Next, I will introduce heat via a standard Bunsen burner. No response. Next, a series of solutions will be applied, each with a different value on the pH scale, from 0 to 14. No response to any value. Next, I will attempt to communicate. Can you understand me? Can you understand my words? Quack if you can understand my words. No response. This concludes session 2. We'll need time to prepare further tests.
Quack. Rubber duck. Altered item 52-AE. Direct contact with the item is not permitted. Safety gloves are required when handling. Item is a yellow rubber duck bath toy from the 1950s. A single hole at the bottom allows air and water to flow in and out. The item makes a sound analogous to quacking. The item travels considerable distances with surprising speed. How it achieves this motion is unknown. The item forms a redacted of unknown purpose with anyone who makes direct physical contact with it and begins to follow them, quacking often. This has led to a researcher named Redacted entering cardiac arrest. Though due to the individual's health issues, the matter may not be connected to the item's effect. Item on loan to the research sector for further study.
Altered item.
Pico, hanging in the background here, you just automatically burst into laugh. God, so thankful to have you in the background. You've got a horrible appointment tomorrow, next Thursday, that's going to make or break your 2025 and possibly future. Oh, that really is going to be, very stressful, I imagine, Biko, as well, having something like that. Hopefully, though, you actually get a good result after the appointment. I mean, you never know. Things have a chance of going good as much as they do going bad. So hopefully you get something good happening as well. Hasta la quack, baby. Thanks, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Biko and lovely Earth doesn't show you what is going to happen before it happens. That's true. Yeah, it doesn't give you any sort of heads up about stuff. That's definitely fair enough, Dr. Darling. You'll be watching on your phone for a bit to rest your eyes, still active. No trouble at all.
That's got to be an altered item. This thing again.
You got into another altered item.
What does this thing want? Is it fighting the board? never did like flamingos. Too pink.
Quack. 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 Quack, quack. Quack.
There we go, Biko. I wanted to do it a few times because I've never tried to do a quack with the Bane impression before. But thanks for redeeming that. Thank you. Pink Flamingo Procedures. Pink Flamingo, altered item 46-KE. No unique procedure required. Altered status is suspected but unverified. A plastic pink flamingo lawn ornament. 2 steel prongs extend from its underside. The item is suspected to influence atmospheric physics, altering meteorological phenomena in the area. This effect is currently unconfirmed. Appendix. New altered effect has been observed. See file altered item 46.D for details. Here we go. Pink Flamingo, altered item 46-KE. Agents noticed a transient commonly found outside the entrance of the Bureau headquarters would carry the item and loudly claim to be responsible for the lack of inclement weather. The frequency of these claims attracted the personal interest of Dr. Darling. In interviews disguised as casual conversations, the transient reported that the item gives me clouds when it's hot and sun when it's not. An event of note occurred during a heavy downpour when the vagrant was witnessed performing a possible ritual with the item. See file PAI-1372 for a detailed observation. Dr. Darling reported a wait of redacted seconds before the rain stopped. The vagrant was seized the next day. After redacted, he was found to possess no redacted and was released. The item remains in Bureau custody under suspicion of altered status, though this has still not been proven. All known variations of identification formulas have failed to elicit a response from the item. That's fair enough, Biko. Thank you so much for all the lurking that you're doing. Muchly appreciated. Thanks for the redeem of Bane impression as well. Alright, so we can't go through to that area just yet because we need to progress the story more before we can.
Oh my god, did she have to write everything in her made-up gibberish code? Fucking Marshall with her CIA spy shit, god. I don't think I ever told you this, but I was actually on the path to being a ranger once. Did the whole boot camp thing, even got rookie status. Anyway, not the point. My old ranger squad was a great bunch. There was 6 plus me. Remus, Hazard, Cho, Guy, Heftenstall, and Thompson. They were supposed to get back from an expedition yesterday. We had beers and wings planned. Problem is, they weren't here when Darling handed out the HRAs.
Then they had nothing protecting them from the hiss.
You see, they prepped for the worst, but I think that we're already past that. We all wore these pouches around our neck, and I really don't want the hiss to get them. Could you find them for me? The squad would have come back through maintenance, but they probably spread out from there.
I'll keep an eye out for them, Arish. And I won't let them stay hiss.
What's the deal with BlackRock?
Oh, fuck. Don't get me started on BlackRock. You know, ever since research found out that it blocks paranatural stuff, they have just been parading dangerous materials in and out of the fucking quarry. Fucking lab coats, man. Love making my job harder.
Sounds like there's some tension between departments.
Still, at least the quarry's got a good view of the night sky. You know, me and Salvador used to have after-work beers down there.
What do you know about Dr. Darling?
About as much as anybody, I guess. Head of research, loves to hear himself talk. All of those science types absolutely do. He's been acting a little bit psycho recently. Although HR told me not to use that word, so...
Everyone thinks finding Darling will lead us to the answers. But if he's completely lost it, then what help could he be?
You're security, right? Do you work with Rangers?
Not often. Rangers are specially trained in threshold reconnaissance and ground zero AWE response. Security is more interested in the dangers inside the Bureau.
They must see some weird stuff out there.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, every week they are tackling things that were previously unknown to the human experience. Most Rangers, they retire due to cognitive collapse. I looked up the medical definition. Not fun.
How does the Bureau handle thresholds?
Handle might be a bit of an optimistic way to put it. Marshall sends her Rangers in to map them, check growth rates, locate epicenters, take samples, measure stuff, basically.
Sounds like he's done his homework.
Now, down in maintenance, thresholds are used just like any other tool. Lab coats find BlackRock from one, maintenance siphons water from another. We use it for pretty much everything, except drinking.
Why don't you drink it?
Do I even want to know?
Yeah, a lot of time we find these little chunks in it. It's pretty gross.
I didn't want to know.
Yeah, I don't like to drink things with chunks in it either. Well, I mean, if I'm having a drink of Milo, which for those who don't know what that is, it's just basically powdered flavor like drink. You just take the flavoring, the powder, and then you mix milk with it. You can put sugar and stuff in it if you want to as well. It can be served cold or hot. I don't mind like, you know, little bits of chunks of chocolate, but I wouldn't want chunks of like some weird shit floating around. Dumbledore, such a good story. Yeah. I like games like this where you can sort of like learn a bit more about the world of things, which works out well because Jesse is new to all this stuff as well, to a player who's playing for the first time.
What do you think of Marshall?
Marshall? Marshall's a fucking badass. Rangers could not ask for a better leader. She's a little, you know, intense, but given the stuff she's seen, I'm not surprised. She does have a bad habit of disappearing, though.
Where does she go?
Last time she vanished, I did some digging into the security logs. I found camera footage of her entering the quarry. She was down there alone for days. Now, typically that's not allowed, but Marshall is kind of above the rules.
I wonder what she finds so interesting in the quarry.
Alchemy, you just finished the game. You're not sure if you have the DLC or not. Is the jukebox a DLC? I don't think it is. No, I think the DLC... I think the jukebox is with the game, the base game. The DLC, though, there's one called The Foundation, and then there's also one called AWE as well. But yeah, the jukebox is something that's in the game already, in the base game. And it's kind of like a little bit of a challenge kind of thing. There's different tiers that you need to get through and stuff like that. GG's on finishing the story, Alchemy. That's cool.
I have to go.
Me too. You're not the only one who's busy, you know. Remember, we got this. What's the word, Faden?
The word, Arish, is redacted. That's what the word is. Also, be right back in a moment. Alrighty then, I'm back. Dumbledore, the word is more words. And then after that, more words. And before you know it, you'll have not only just a sentence of words, but also a paragraph, perhaps maybe a few pages worth. Thanks for the welcome back, Ogorki. Thank you. Alchemy, thanks. You absolutely loved it. Had to finish it ahead of you so you can keep watching my stream without spoilers. Oh, that's totally fair. Yeah, I definitely understand. That's for sure. That way, you'll be able to sort of like, you know, not get things spoiled, but also might be able to see some things that you might have not noticed or something like that. There's a great bit of music that plays when you listen to this. Might do that before I end the stream, actually. Play that as the last thing. Here we go. This is something I wanted to read because it relates to Night Springs, which is something that originated in the first Alan Wake. Results overview, the America Overnight program. The America Overnight program has operated successfully for over redacted years. Originally designed to assist in providing disinformation to the naturally skeptical population of America, it has additionally led to the discovery of numerous AWEs and altered materials by allowing civilians to call in and report their experiences with the paranatural. In fact, America Overnight alerted the Bureau of Redacted and Redacted in its first year of operation alone. In this report, the investigation sector have catalogued and categorized each episode of America Overnight that has resulted in a successful Bureau investigation in order to help AWE occurrence analysis. The more redacted results of Night Springs have also been catalogued in a separate report. Refer to file redacted for full report. So yeah, I was saying in yesterday's stream how America Overnight was used by the Bureau to field and like, you know, hear about stuff that they could potentially investigate. And that document says that they began doing it as a misinformation, a thing where they could, you know, put out wrong information on purpose to distract from the actual thing that was going on.
Good luck out there.
The face of the enemy. Jessie goes back to Central Executive to reunite with her brother.
Good to have you back.
The resonance emitted from the HRAs is purely antithetical to every variant of the Hiss signal I can arrange. But how did Darling create it?
There we go. So that was about the former that we fought twice. And it used to be part of the board, but for some reason it was separated.
It's happening. After all these years, Dylan is here. But am I too late?
How is he? I need to know.
He's clearly been affected by the hiss, but it's different than any other manifestation we've recorded. Maybe what makes you so special is genetic. He was a prime candidate. Or maybe it's Polaris protecting him, something else affecting the situation. I need to run tests. He seems more in control, more present.
I want to see him.
My brother? Or is he?
Of course. Now, Marshall set up an HRA-warded cage to contain him. It's on the upper floor, up the stairs.
Okay, I need to go.
Jesse, be careful. Hi, Jesse.
I should be going. Enjoy your data.
Oh, I will.
They're endangering us by bringing up this. If Trent is still around, stuff.
So how's it looking out there?
Lots of errors.
Just when I thought things were stabilizing, Marshall abandons us.
Happiness comes, white pearls, the yellow and red in the eye. Through a mirror, the inverted is made right. Leave your inside by the door. Push the fingers through the surface into the wet. You've always been near you. You want this to be true. We stand around you while you dream. You can almost hear our words, but you forget. This happens more and more now. You gave us the permission and regulation. We wait in the stains. The word that describes us is redacted. Repeat the word, the name of the sound. It resonates in your house. After this phone pause, we build each other's nothing remains. The egg cracks and the truth will emerge out of you. You are home. You remind us of home. You've taken your boss with you. All hair must be eaten. Under the conceptual reality behind this reality, you must want these waves to drag you away. After this time for applause, the cliche is death out of time. Breaking the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. Well, the floor, no. Floor, you fall. How do you stay insane? Hurts to be happy. In your world is a dream, you just can't stop humming in a dream. Baby, 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 yeah, just plastic, so safe. Nothing to worry about. Funny. The last egg breaks now. The hole in your room is a hole in you. You came and we let you in through the hole in you. You have always been there. The only child. A copy of a copy of a copy. Orange peel. The picture is you holding the picture. When you hear this, you will know that you're in the new you. You want to listen. You want to dream. You want to smile. You want to hurt. You don't want to be. You are a worm through time. The thunder's home distorts you. Happiness comes, white pearls, but yellow and red in the eye. Through a mirror, inverted is made right. Leave your insides by the door. Push the fingers through the surface into the wet. You've always been a near you. You want this to be true. We stand around you while you dream. You can almost hear our words, but you forget. Through time, the thunder's home distorts you. Happiness comes, white pearls, but yellow and red in the eye. Through a mirror, you are a worm through time.
Shit.
The thunder's home distorts you.
That's Dylan.
White pearls,
Can
but
you
yellow
hear
and
me?
red in the eye.
Oh, come on, Dylan. I'm here. I found you.
Into the way you've always been a near you. You want this to be true.
Do you know who I am?
Oh, you know me. Say it.
You are Dylan Faden's sister.
He's talking in the third person. Always a good sign.
Do you know who you are?
Not Dylan. Trench and Darling made sure of that. I'm P6. P6. But I'm better now. The hiss made me better. Push the fingers through the surface into the wet. You've always been the new you. You want this
Can you
to
stop
be
that?
true.
Please?
Not exactly the reunion I'd hoped for.
It feels good to say those words. I want to say them. They sound good.
They make me feel good. Don't you want to say them too?
No. Fuck off, no. You need to help me get this thing out of his head. If he is still in there, if there is anything left, you have to help me.
You came in through the hole in you. We let you in. You've always been here. The only truth. A copy of a copy of a copy of a copy.
Stop it!
Orange peel.
Shit. Shit. He can see you. This is not safe.
We found Polaris together with my sister when we were very small, in Ordinary, in the desert, through the door opened up by the slide projector. But she didn't help when Trench took me away. She didn't give me any powers. All the powers are my own powers. She didn't help when they locked me up for years.
After the song time for applause, we build you till nothing remains. The egg cracks and the truth will emerge out of you. You are home.
The Bureau brought the slide projector back here with me. And the Bureau did what the Bureau does. They used it. And they found... They opened the door up to the hiss. That's the only thing I can thank them for.
There. There it is. We stopped the Altered World event in Ordinary when we shut down the slide projector. And now the projector's here.
An earworm is a tune you can't stop humming in a dream. Baby, 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 yeah. Just plastic. So safe. Nothing to worry about. Funny.
I welcomed the hiss. I let it in. To get rid of her. The hiss set me free. Polaris is using you. The Bureau is using you. You are a puppet.
You can almost hear our words, but you forget.
If we shut off the slide projector, maybe that will stop the hiss.
Regulations.
Maybe it's not too late for my brother.
You must see the truth for yourself, Jesse. Sister. The horrible truth about the Bureau. The hiss is the better option. Go to the Prime Candidate program in the containment sector. I have the keycard to get you there. Salvador wanted me to have it.
Wanted? Bullshit. I saw what the hiss did to Salvador. What it turned him into.
Okay, Dylan. I'll go. I want to see the truth for myself.
I'll go. But only to look for the slide projector. You can help me. We can end this.
You are a worm through time. You are a worm through time. The thunderstorm distorts you.
Alchemy, talking of music, the music and visuals in the Dimensional Research was sick. Thanks, Artie. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a great thing about this game too, is the soundtrack, the songs that you can hear as well. Artie's, Finnish tango. Crooked Polaris is redacted. Orange peel. Hey there, Ayed. Welcome on in. Alan, wake up.
Happiness comes with white pearls, but yellow.
I don't know what else I'm hoping to find here.
Dylan. Can we talk?
I'd like to tell you about a dream I had last night.
Off to a good start.
Okay. I'm listening.
I was back in Ordinary, before all of this happened. But in the dream, I was alone. It was just me. I was the only child. A girl. My name was Jessie
Dylan Faden. But then the Bureau came and caught me, brought me back here, locked me up. Have you ever noticed that our names, Jesse, Dylan, they could be girls' names, boys' names, could be anything. Don't you find that weird? I find that weird.
Sure. What the hell was that? Is he trying to mess with me?
You are a worm through time.
I can't remember the character's name, and I can't remember the actor's name, but in the game Quantum Break, there's a character that the actor for Dylan in Control, not just the voice, but also the face of, is actually in Quantum Break as a character, and Courtney Hope, who plays Jessie in this, is also in Quantum Break as well, as a character named Beth Wilder. Hey Ed, you're excited to play Ready Games again? Oh, excellent. Well, that's good. That's really good, Ed?
Maybe Dylan's still in there. Maybe there's a way to reach him.
I'd like to talk to my brother, please. Dylan?
Dylan would like to tell you about a dream he had just now.
This again?
I was going to be the new director of this place. I helped you get a job here, so that we could be together. You were an office assistant. You'd make coffee and deliver the mail, and there was always plenty of work to do. And it stayed that way, forever and ever. It was nice. Really nice.
That's debatable.
But here's the strange thing. The dream shifted, and none of it was real anymore. It was a game. We were in a game, and it was a fucking boring game. But you couldn't stop playing. And then it shifted again. Or maybe it was another dream already. Or maybe I'm just confusing them. But in this other dream, it was more like a musical. This is an ordinary song about an ordinary girl from an ordinary town. It's the ordinary story. She worked an ordinary job in an ordinary office. And something. And that's all I can remember of that dream.
Maybe that's for the best.
There we go. I looked up. So Sean Durry is the person who plays Dylan, and he was also in Quantum Break as well. Alchemy, they really do a good job on Dylan's facial animations. It's so creepy and unsettling. It really is, especially the speed at which he talks as well, and some of his facial expressions and how he moves his head and eyes and looks to the side, you know, things like that. Oh yeah, he's fine, Crooked. You know, Dylan's fine. There's nothing, you know, out of the ordinary about him at all. He's all good.
Maybe I can learn more about the hiss from him.
Can we talk?
I just had an interesting dream.
Shit.
That's fascinating, but let's talk about the hiss for a change, yeah?
This dream was about the hiss.
Best I'm gonna get.
In my dream, the hiss had broken free of this prison, this house. I'd set it free. And the president himself was there to welcome us. He was the first one to take the hiss in. Spread the word. At first, many people thought it was horrifying. That he was horrifying. But also, Many people who heard his words wanted to welcome the hiss in. And slowly, more and more of them came around until the whole world was brought together by the hiss. It was wonderful.
Okay, thanks for sharing that.
For the record, that will never happen. Not as long as I'm alive.
The thunderstorm distorts you. Happiness come.
Maybe I'm just here to punish myself.
Any new dreams you'd like to share, Dylan?
I'm glad you asked, sister. This dream, like all dreams now, felt very real. Like reality. And reality now feels like a dream. Maybe it's all a dream. Maybe it's all real.
Dream where my brother endlessly tells me about his dreams.
I was in a dark place, and there was a dark man there. His name was Mr. Door, and he told me that there are many worlds, side by side, on top of each other, some inside of others. In one world, there was a writer who wrote a story about a cop. In another world, the cop was real. Door said he himself was in all of them at the same time, endlessly shifting between them. I asked him how I could reach these worlds. I wanted to bring the hiss there. But he didn't want to help me. He didn't like the idea. What did he know?
I'm not wild about the idea myself.
A door that is between two rooms is in both rooms at the same time. I like the little teasers in that dialogue just now for things to come after this game came out. Crooked Alan, do you think it's easy living in a weird place with writer's blockade? It's like you just want to write something, but you just can't think of what you want to write. And you start to write something, but it ends up being gibberish. Unfortunately, in Alan's case, if he ends up writing gibberish, it could actually come true. So talk about pressure to make sure that what you're writing doesn't go wrong. You start to write orange peel, and then everything else just falls away, and you start to dream about orange peels. And you get to a point where there is nothing but orange peels in front of you, and you think to yourself, orange peel.
Here we go again. Once more with feeling.
Let me guess. You want to tell me about your dream?
Yes. Yes. In fact, I'm having a dream right now.
Oh. That's new.
In this dream, I'm standing in the corner watching Jesse and Dylan talk about this very dream. This very dream! He said just now! And repeated it again now. I'm standing there and watching, and that's all I can do. It's as if I'm trapped there. And that's all I have to say about that dream.
Okay, Dylan. That's good.
Is he still in there? Or is this the hiss playing mind games? I don't know.
I have a theory that initially there was only either Dylan or Jesse. And when the slide projector was interacted with, it not only opened up something, but it also created something. This is just a theory. There's nothing in the game that I can think of that would point to it being true or not. But just brainstorming the idea that if you take the dialogue from the hiss of a copy of a copy of a copy, and you look at the dialogue by Dylan talking to him, how he talks about, there being the name Jesse Dylan Faden, as if Jesse was the only one that existed first. Her middle name was Dylan, and when the slide projector was opened when Jesse was a child, it created her brother, and created her brother with all the memories that Dylan has from his earliest age, but and Jesse doesn't remember a reality in which she didn't have a brother. That's just a brainstorming theory. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying that I believe it or whatnot, but it's just one of the things that I've often thought about this game and about some of the dialogue that Dylan says about Jesse and the whole his dialogue of a copy of a copy of a copy. You've always been here, the only child. That's also some his dialogue that made me think of that theory.
Did you hear that the Hiss prisoner they captured is the What if she's working with the Hiss? Isn't it strange she should have just
Alchemy, can I ask why aren't you playing the Foundation DLC in this playthrough? Well, one reason is just for time's sake. Also, I wanted to focus more on the content that has Alan Wake stuff in it as well. So the main game, reading content related to Alan Wake and all that kind of stuff, and then doing the Alan Wake focused DLC as well. Yeah, the Foundation is a great DLC though, because it gives you more information about the actual oldest house itself, which is pretty cool too. So definitely recommend it.
P6 and P7.
Oh, nice, Alchemy. That's cool. That's good that you got both of the DLCs.
After North Moore stepped down, I doubled every effort to find new prime candidates. There was no one. No one but me. That wasn't good enough. I pushed hard. I never wanted the Bureau to end up in that situation again. The Bureau needs a director. Always. When my time reaches an end, I want more options on the table. P1 through P5 were all false leads, dead ends, and disappointments. Then P6, Dylan Faden. He fell into our arms. No parents, they're gone, casualties of an AWE. The boy has exceptional talent. The oldest house will be his home. We'll build him from the ground up. He'll be trained and taken care of. Darling can be in charge of this project. I can't. I'll stay away. I will not fail the boy like I failed my own family. My daughter and my wife. We weren't careful enough back then. Something came home with me. I took work home. My Susanna got sick. When I realized my mistake, I wanted to bring her here for Darling to do what he could. Kate flat out refused. Civilian doctors treated our daughter, but they didn't have a clue. She died. Kate left me. Same old story. That was a long time ago. The Bureau is all I have now. And the prime candidates are our future. There are two. P6 and P7. We're spoiled for choice.
The only thing creepier than one mannequin is a few dozen of the damn things. New Bureau policy. No more mannequins.
Ugorki, so Rod, how long are you taking off of Twitch? So it'll be the 14th of January, and I won't be streaming again after that until I think it is the 5th of February. Yeah, so the last stream that I'll do will be Monday the 13th of January, and then I won't be streaming again until the 5th of February on a Wednesday. Waste Mannequin, Altered Item 7-KE. No known procedures for preventing the item's effect. Update 390. Lining the item's cell with the newly discovered black rock has yielded positive results. Test with other altered items. A wire and fabric waste mannequin. The base and head are made of stained wood. The item duplicates. The trigger for this behavior is unknown. No correlation can be found in either the number of duplications that manifest during an episode or the duration for which they last before disappearing. I'm going to go and see Langston to finish off that side quest while I think of it. Yeah, so the game that I'll be doing as well when I get back to streaming in February is Tomb Raider 1 Remastered. I'll be doing the remasters of 1, 2, and 3 ahead of the release of the remasters of 4, 5, and 6. So the 14th of February is when the remasters of 4, 5, and 6 come out. So the plan will be to do the first 3 games remastered and get the timing right so that when the remasters of 4, 5, and 6 become available to me after midnight on the 13th of February, when it's the 14th for me, when it first ticks over to the 14th, I'll be doing like a late for me stream after midnight to start a playthrough of Remaster 4.
Every altered item on your list is now back in the Panopticon, safe and sound.
That's a load off my mind. Missing altered items don't exactly reflect well on me, you know. Did they give you any trouble?
The flamingo pulled me into the astral plane just like the fridge did. That same creature was there.
I was looking over the old activity reports, and multiple items have been displaying much more destructive behavior in the past few weeks. There's some connection there, I bet, but that's a bit above my pay grade.
Well, something to keep an eye on.
And if I have any more runaways, I'll know just who to call.
I guess this is my life now.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always.
Nice. 7 ability points. Alright, so I'm going to add plus 20% to shield strength. Actually, hang on. I'll get this first. Shield barrage 1. Plus 100% to shield barrage damage. And now I'll go for health 5, plus 30% to health. Alright, so now I can upgrade grip to the final mod, to get the final mod slot for it. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to add the mod to the grip for low health boost, damage while low on health, plus 49%. Crooked, the repairman arrived within 2 hours and even fixed the heater. Crazy times you're living in. Damn Crooked. Why didn't they turn up at, like, 10 minutes to 5 p.m. for you? Like, that would have been a better way, wouldn't it? That is great that it was within 2 hours. Would have been better if they could have got there, at 1 p.m. for you, but it's good you didn't have to wait till really close to the 5 p.m. Plus, importantly, the heater being fixed. Definitely good. All hair must be eaten.
August 4th, 1950. We discovered the oldest house while investigating a suspected altered world event case.
Oh yeah, we've already watched that one. Alright, so here we have some more Alan Wake related file to read. Bright Falls Altered World Event -35. An unconfirmed threshold manifestation at Cauldron Lake, Washington, resulted in a fictional story written by the author Alan Wake, creating an altered world event in which reality was altered to match that of the story, though only locally and for a limited time. Mr. Kirkland, head of investigations, was alerted on September 13, 2010, by ex-Bureau agent Frank Breaker, see redacted, that an altered world event was taking place in Bright Falls, Washington, referred to events investigated in 1970, 1976, and 1978. Breaker had received a call from Barry Wheeler, Alan Wake's literary agent, on behalf of Breaker's daughter Sarah, who is the current sheriff of Bright Falls. A Bureau field team arrived at the site 2 days later, only to confirm that the event was over. Interviews were conducted, referred to the 1970 redacted Thomas Zane, 1976-1978 Odin Anderson, Tor Anderson. Alan Wake was believed to redacted an instigator. Eyewitness reports highlight an old light switch, possible object of power, that redacted missing. Wake was not found at the scene. Reports claim he dived into the lake, but no body was recovered in the search. Hey there, Archives. How's it going today? So, ex-Bureau agent Frank Breaker. So Frank Breaker was part of the FBI, and then he became part of the FBC, and then he became the sheriff of Bright Falls, and then his daughter Sarah took over as sheriff, and Barry Wheeler is Alan's agent, and Thomas Zane. It's hard to talk about this without spoiling Alan Wake 2, but I won't mention Alan Wake 2 stuff for those who haven't played that yet. But yeah, these are characters, for those who don't know, that were in Alan Wake 1. Odin and Tor Anderson as well. And this document giving certain things a technical name, like object of power to the light switch, the clicker, things like that, is really cool. So 2010 is not only the year that the game came out, Alan Wake 1, but it's also the year that that game is actually set as well. Archives, today's not bad. I hope your day's going good. Well, that's good, Archives. I hope you end up having a really great day today. Mine's been going well. Been doing more towards this playthrough, covering some Alan Wake related stuff as I go through the main game as well. But I won't be finishing the main game in this stream. I'll need another stream for the main game, as well as the Alan Wake DLC that I want to do too, as well.
I can see you're upset, Meg. Why don't you tell Uncle Mr. Bones what's wrong?
I did bad on my clairvoyance test.
You can't ace every test, Meg. You see, everyone has different brains. Some brains can talk to each other. We call this ESP.
ESP?
No interruptions! Some brains can lift objects, like a baseball. Talk about a fly ball, eh, Meg? No interruptions! So who cares if you fail your clairvoyance test? Maybe your brain can throw baseballs, or talk to dead people, or make friends blind. Once we know what your brains can do, we'll know what job to give you.
And if your brains are just right, you'll get to sit in the big chair.
What if I don't want the big chair?
What if I don't want the big chair?
Everyone wants the big chair, Hank!
That's why we're all here. Use those brains to listen for once, or the only chair you'll get in is the one with straps.
Another positive, uplifting, and not creepy at all episode of Threshold Kids that is a good aid for getting to sleep to have nice dreams. Alchemy, you feel like you stumbled upon a gold mine with these games. You're going to play literally all these games one after the other. Very nice. That's cool that you're invested in finding out more about, the whole world and the whole universe that all these games now, inhabit and stuff like that. It's a good feeling when that happens too. Yeah, Pirwin. Don't they look very, well adjusted, those puppets? Like how he yells, "No interruptions!" Hey there, Brutus. Welcome. For the record, you do not think that chair is very big. Nah, that's not the biggest chair that there is. They could have done better. I mean, surely the FBC had a bigger budget to use to be able to get an even bigger chair. How's it going, Brutus? Welcome on in, dude. Pirwin, what up with the Alan Wake reference? So they're actually set in the same universe. Alan Wake 1 came out in 2010, and Control came out in 2019. Games like Max Payne and Quantum Break don't actually officially exist in the same universe, though, but that's mainly because of IRL rights, allocations, and all that kind of stuff. Rockstar, I don't know how much they own of the IP now, but Rockstar has Max Payne. So in Alan Wake 1, there's a character named Alex Casey who is voiced by James McCaffrey, who actually played Max Payne, who voices Alex Casey, and that's how they kind of, reference Max Payne, but indirectly. They can't actually use the character in their stuff, ironically, even though they did Max Payne in 1 and 2. Quantum Break, they don't actually have the rights fully to that because that's a Microsoft exclusive. So as a result, Quantum Break can't have a sequel yet. I mean, it could get a sequel, but I think they'd have to actually get the green light from Microsoft to actually do that. And if they were to do that, it would probably be an exclusive to do a sequel to it. So they can't actually have Quantum Break officially be in the same universe as Alan Wake and Control yet. But that could change, because they got the full rights to Alan Wake eventually, because it was originally a Microsoft exclusive. That's excellent, Brutus. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. As for me, things are going well. I'm going to be ending the stream soon when I finish the current mission that I'm on. But it's been going great, and I am, it's going to be good, it's going to be weird to not be streaming for 3 weeks, but at the end of it, it's going to be, an enjoyable, time with family, so that's going to be good. Hey there, Spectrum, it's going well, thanks. Things are going good. You finished the Aviary, and you're going to move the Quail into it today. Oh, very nice, that's cool, Spectrum. I really hope that that goes well, and I hope that the Quail enjoys the Aviary as well. That's awesome. That'd be a good feeling to get all that work done and be able to finally have the Quail go into it.
I wish things had gone differently in Ordinary for us. But wishing won't change things. Finding the projector will.
Dylan Faden transcript of conversation. Subject Dylan Faden for review by Dr. Darling. Note: subject was alone during this outburst. You again. I thought I told you to leave me alone. Why are you showing me this? I can't do anything. Can't you see where I am? Why don't you help me get the fuck out of here? You always show me things I can't do anything about. Stop showing me her. I don't care anymore, and I don't care about you. You both left me here to rot. Fuck off, you bitch. I will dig out my own brains if it means getting rid of you. I don't want you here. Get the fucking message. Subject repeated the phrase, fuck off, numerous times before being sedated at 17:53. It is O'Gorky, you know. It's good to spend that time as well. Crooked, it's good they're getting more ownership for their IPs. They have so many ideas that Microsoft, for instance, would probably not always approve of, thinking it's too weird. Exactly, Crooked, you know. Like, their hands were tied when it came to doing Alan Wake 2 initially, because Microsoft didn't feel that Alan Wake 1 sold well enough. So instead of giving them the opportunity to do a sequel back in the early 2010s, they were like, you know, we'll compromise and let you do a smaller scale thing. And I think that's why they probably were allowed to do Alan Wake's American Nightmare, because it was a smaller budget and a smaller kind of, like, you know, focus for a game. But it's good that we eventually finally got an actual Alan Wake 2. But hopefully they get the full rights to Quantum Break, because it's quite interesting. There's already a lot of connections, because obviously they can indirectly reference those games, but they can't directly officially integrate them yet. Spectrum, yeah, they're going from 16 square feet to 46 square feet, 25 quail. That'll definitely be a big lot of area for them to be in now. Oh, that's really cool. Brutus sounds like you at work. Is saying fuck off all the time.
So much coming together in this.
I'm going to actually have that video of Dr. Darling play, but I want to play the big screen version of it. P6 Victim Autopsy, Case 45, HQ 121. Agent killed during redacted involving redacted codename P6. Autopsy findings: blunt force injuries of the head and neck, extensive trauma of the abdominal region, lacerations and contusions of the upper and lower torso, fracture of the spinal cord between the L1 and L2 vertebrae, avulsion fracture of the 3rd through 10th ribs left and right, blunt force injuries of the extremities, abrasions, lacerations and contusions of the extremities, dislocation of left and right elbow, dislocation of left and right knee. After examination, it was determined that the cause of death was internal bleeding that occurred when the redacted was contorted through his redacted. Sounds painful.
One case.
You gotta love it when you get contorted by your redacted in your redacted.
That's saying something. The boy, Dylan Faden. Prime candidate 6. And the sister as well.
Hey there, Stardust. Welcome on in. Another agent game, huh? That sounds painful. Another agent game. Spectrum, 3 whole weeks. That's true, yep.
Ordinary. So much coming together in this one case. A new object of power, something we have not seen before. I mean, coming from me, that's saying something. The boy, Dylan Faden. Prime candidate 6. And the sister as well. Once we catch up with her, but the boy had so much potential. We're talking Northmore level readings here. And I don't want to invoke his name, but it's completely different circumstances here. It's remarkable. There was an incident. Yes. lost a valuable member of our team, yes. Excessive force. Dylan has so much. But he's just a kid. Like, I'll take the blame. He needs some slack. I mean, boys will be boys. He's exceptional and under a lot of stress. Roberts got killed. It's an unfortunate accident, that's all. Marshall needs to realize this. We will make this work. We'll make this work.
We'll make this work. Stardust, that sounds painful. It really, really does. What happened to that agent? Wait, you're a female agent? Who is this guy? Sounds like the start of the apocalypse. Yeah, so this game came out in 2019, so it's a few years before they eventually did Alan Wake 2. And Alan Wake and Control are set in the same universe as well. And we're playing as the character Jesse Faden. And she turned up to this place called the Oldest House, which is the headquarters of an organization called the Federal Bureau of Control. And she's become director of it. And there's a lot of like paranatural, supernatural kind of goings on that are happening. And there's an entity known as the Hiss that has possessed a lot of people at the Bureau. And so you got to try and, stop the Hiss from reaching the outside world, essentially, as well. And that's actually Dr. Darling. He's one of the people that was working on things related to multiple different kinds of phenomena and all that kind of stuff. But of course, things have gone really, really wrong.
Is this what Dylan wanted me to see? It doesn't matter. We need to find that projector.
And there we go. So Courtney Hope plays Jesse Faden, not only the face for the character, but also the voice, and also has played her in live action segments of this game, as well as other things as well in the Alan Wake series. Was also in Quantum Break as the character Beth Wilder as well. We got a new outfit, Candidate P7. Jesse Faden movement tracking, P7. Eastward movement cause for concern. I'm not going to read all of these out. But she eventually makes her way to New York City, which is where the Oldest House is actually located.
We used to play there all the time. Me and Dylan, and other kids as well. We loved it. This time, I remember, was different. We found a way in, deeper into it, like it had shifted. We went inside, and that's where we found the spy projector.
A dump is a place for lost things. Things that have been thrown away. Did you ever feel that way when you were growing up, Jesse?
What? No. Yes, but that has nothing to do with...
Was there a slide projector at your home when you were small?
No.
Those were before your time, I suppose. But your family did look at photos together, maybe. In one form or the other?
Maybe.
When was this? Can you remember? At parties? Barbecues? How did it make you feel? Did your parents ever show pictures that embarrassed you? Was alcohol ever involved at these parties? Did your parents drink? Did that make you uncomfortable?
No, that's just stupid. Come on. That has nothing to do with this. Nothing.
This light projector, let me ask you this. As a child, did you ever fantasize about worlds inside pictures? Inside a painting? You know, stepping into a painting, into a hidden world, escaping and finding adventure there, away from your parents.
I don't think so. I don't remember. Maybe. I don't know.
Jessie had mentioned earlier that she had done a job before in the past as a janitor. And so this is one of the images that the FBC over the time had taken of her. So she's wearing the janitor's outfit and everything.
All the times I felt paranoid, I was right. The Bureau could have given me the answers, but they just stood by and watched me. They studied what happened in Ordinary here. That's the place to start looking.
Used to.
I were both prime candidates. Experiments. Very different ones, sure, but both in a cell of some sort. Am I out of the cell now, or is all this, the house and being the director, just another cell? Who's really in charge here?
Orange Peel. Crooked, the ambient soundtrack in this game is so enthralling. It really is. I love when games have a really good ambience as well. Can be, you know, very, very soft and understated as well, which I think can work really cool. But then there can be some ambience that is really sort of like... It's very, like, loud as well, is one way to put it.
We're going back home. Of course we are. It started there, and it's never gone away.
Hey there, Lynch Mob. Thanks for redeeming the Remedy Games quote. So, is there any particular one from Max Payne, or you just want me to pick a Max Payne one? Oh, I wish I could pick my favorite Lynch Mob, because I haven't actually finished that game. And the last time I played it was probably 2001, 2002. But let's have a look at what there is. Alright, so I've got one. Keep in mind, I can't do his voice, so I'll just read it with my own voice. There was something disturbingly familiar about the note on the desk. The handwriting was all pretty curves. You're in a computer game, Max. The truth was like a green crack through my brain. Weapon statistics floating in the air, glimpsed out of the corner of my eye. The repetitious act of shooting, time slowing down to show off my moves, the paranoid feeling of someone controlling my every step. I was in a computer game, funny as hell. It was the most horrible thing I could think of. There we go, a nice fourth wall breaking meta kind of thing there from Max Payne 1. Thanks for redeeming that Remedy Games quote, Lynch Mob. How's things going for you today? Crooked, these environments just now reminded you of the brutalist architecture in Desmond's Journey. That's a good call, actually, because I never actually thought about that myself. That's cool, dude, that you thought about that. And you're right, though, you know. Definitely a cool combination of stuff. Typewritten page supplement. Typewritten page. Altered item 83-KE. The page was discovered in an instance of the Ocean View Motel and Casino that was linked to the investigation sector. The page had been pushed into the motel's corridor from under the door with the symbol of a spiral. Redacted. Appendix. Text transcribed from the item. For 10 years I've tried to write my escape, only sinking deeper. I used to know where fiction ends and reality begins. Here, they are all the same. It's a hideous trap, my every thought made real. Fear, desire. How can I ever know for sure I've escaped and not just lost in my own fantasy of it? That thought alone can drive you mad. The identifiable words in the scratched out portion. Falls, Bright Falls, Haunting, Wake, Alan Wake, Light Switch, Ocean, Too Late, and the final sentence, You've been warned. So there we go, another Alan Wake related document. Lynchmob doing well, just enjoying your day off, and was thinking of finishing GTA 5 story and play Bully Scholarship Edition and finally 100% complete. That's excellent, Lynchmob. That's good that you got a day off. I'm glad that you're enjoying it as well. It's always good to enjoy them when you can, and hopefully the time's been going slow so you can enjoy it a lot. And that's cool to finish off GTA 5.
Gotta be a way to rotate these tracks. Maybe there's a control panel nearby. Won't rotate. Something's blocking it.
Lynchmob's Control, a good game to play. It kind of reminds you of Quantum Break. Yeah, Lynchmob. The shooting mechanics are kind of, similar as well, and having the ability to, use certain powers and stuff. Narrative-wise, it's structured very differently. There's no sort of like live-action episodes in between chapters, for example. So it's a big difference between the two. And there's nothing where like your decision will have a different outcome or whatnot. So nothing like that. But yeah, there's definitely similarities. In fact, Beth Wilder, who's in that game, is also played by the same person, Courtney Hope, who plays this character, Jesse Faden, as well.
Won't rotate. Something's blocking it. There's gotta be a way to rotate these tracks. Maybe there's a control panel nearby.
No worries, Spectrum. I hope you enjoy your coffee. It's so cold in where you are. Well, hopefully you get nice and warm. Ordinary AWE Stage 1A Dump. Witness testimonies. The first slide was a room with dirty wallpaper and dolls on a shelf. There were lots of dolls. Dylan Faden, interview 2002. The house was empty. No one lived there. We played in there a lot. It was our secret playhouse. Jesse Faden, therapy session 2010. I went to school with Neil. Some kids called him Nosebleed Neil. Note, likely Neil Hosenberg, missing. It was mean. He had asthma. Tom, note, likely Tom Barlow, missing. And his gang, Freddie, note, likely Frederick Bartwell, missing. Hugo, note, no one by this name was found in public records. Bullied him. We brought Neil to the dump to play. Dylan Faden, interview 2002. Extrapolated information. Unconfirmed existence of additional slide designation house. Ordinary summary. An AWE occurred in the town of Ordinary, caused by an object of power, slide projector ID, object of power 15, discovered by local children at the dump outside of town. When a specific set of slides are used in the projected images open doorways to other dimensions. Multiple slides were used by the children, resulting in the disappearance of the town's adult population. On August 30, 2002, siblings Dylan Faden, 10 years old, CP6 Materials, and Jesse Faden, 11 years old, CP7 Materials, were playing at the local dump when they found a discarded slide projector. See Object of Power 15 case file and Darling presentations are redacted for details. A team led by Director Trench and Dr. Darling arrived at the site on September 14. The AWE had ended, but the team found the Faden children, who led them to the slide projector and the slides, which had been burned with the exception of one. Jesse escaped when agents attempt to detain the pair. In total, 17 surviving individuals were found in the town. All of them were brought in for questioning and tests. See interviews redacted and prime candidate program files redacted. Hey there, Shaky. Welcome on in. Thanks for joining chat. How's things going for you today, dude? Always happy when you see Rod Legion. Well, thank you, Shaky. It's always good to see you in chat. I hope things are going well.
You're listening to America Overnight.
Ordinary AWE Stage 4A, Town Proper, Witness Testimonies. Jesse and me followed the dung monkeys to the cave. There was a lot of them. More of the kids from town had joined up. It was really scary. Jesse grabbed the projector and we ran as fast as we could. They chased us. I fell and hurt my knee. Jesse tried to help me, but the dung monkeys were coming. They were just about to get us. But then Neil showed up. Neil looked like a dog, like a melted dog, but I knew it was him. Neil said a lot of times he didn't like being a boy because Tom just beat him up. I think he liked being a dog. Dylan Faden, interview 2002. The projector wouldn't turn off, so we changed the slide to the hand. I heard her immediately. She promised to help. Jesse Faden, therapy session 2010. Jesse said we should call her Polaris. It's because she was doing stars at school. Dylan Faden, interview 2002. Extrapolated information. Additional slide designation hand SID 36 is verified and in bureau possession. Unconfirmed existence of paranatural entity designation dog, Neil, EID 19930. Thank you, Lynchmob, for redeeming an Arnie movie scene impression. Thank you. So here you happen to be in California during these major wildfires, just trying to keep vigilant and updated. Your trip got delayed another 3 days due to fires near the Los Angeles airport. Well, I hope it all goes away soon, Shaky, and that things can get back to normal. It'd be pretty freaky, having those major wildfires and stuff, going around. Definitely good to keep vigilant about it all, But yeah, hopefully, everything's going to be fine and Alright, so I've got an Arnie scene. So this is the great man. No wonder he kept out of sight. Well, my friend, you're a hero. Fuck you. Don't be modest. Kuato is dead, the resistance has been completely wiped out, and you were the key to the whole thing. He's lying. You two-faced bastard. You can't blame him, princess. He's innocent. You see, Quaid, none of my people could get close to Kuato. Fucking mutants could always sniff us out. So Hauser and I sat down and invented you, the perfect mole. You know you're lying. Hauser turned against you. That's what we wanted you to think. Fact is, Hauser volunteered to become Doug Quaid. It was the only way to fool the psychics. Get your story straight. This idiot has been trying to kill me ever since I went to recall. You don't kill someone you're trying to plant. He wasn't in on it. You set him off by going to recall. So, why am I still alive? We gave you lots of help. Benny here? My pleasure, man. The guy with the suitcase, the mask, the money, the message from Hauser, all of that was set up by us. Sorry. Too perfect. Perfect my ass. You pop your memory cap before we can activate you. Richter goes hog wild screwing up everything that I spent a year planning. Frankly, I'm amazed it worked. Well, Cohaken, I've got to hand it to you. It's the best mindfuck yet. That's from Total Recall. Thanks for redeeming that, Lynchmob.
You're listening to America Overnight, celebrating 29 years, shining a light in the shadows. Thank you for staying with us. Here's our first caller.
Hi. What I'm about to tell you, if they found out, I don't know what would happen.
If who found out, brother?
The men in the suits. They told me it was an industrial accident, but this is something else. Something nobody talks about. Ordinary.
This certainly doesn't sound very ordinary, caller.
No, not ordinary. Ordinary. It's a town. And it wasn't an industrial accident. I mean, that's what they said, but that's bullshit.
Whoa, please watch the language, caller. It may be 2 a.m., but we're still a family show.
I'm sorry. It's just, my brother lived there. They said the town was destroyed, but it wasn't. I went there. The people are gone, but the town's there. It's still there.
So the population of an entire town disappears, yet the town remains. Tell me, was the phrase, "there is no salvation," written anywhere?
I'm not sure.
The same thing happened in Brazil in 23, a village called Hor Verde. More than 600 people just up and left. The government said they were fleeing guerrilla forces, but we know the truth. A mass abduction. As predicted by my regular guest, Dr. Quincy Reagan.
Abduction? You mean aliens? That's bullshit! I know they're lying!
Now I warned you about the language, caller. I'm afraid we're gonna have to cut you off. And good timing, too. It's time for a short break. Hang in there. America Overnight will be right back.
I wonder if that caller is someone that was actually one of the children that was in Ordinary all those years ago when everything went wrong with the slide projector that actually got away from the area. Probably not. But that's that America Overnight episode that we came across. And now I'm going to play the Dr. Darling presentation that we've come across as well. Lynchmob, you love that last line from Total Recall. Even when you first heard it, you remember laughing so hard at Arnold. Yeah, there's just something about Arnie when he swears, you know, just the way that the words sound with the accent, you know. I like in Terminator 1 how he gets the one of the punks is like, you know, fuck you or something like that. And he keeps it in his memory banks. And then when the cleaner of the apartment complex knocks on the door and is like, "Hey, buddy, you got a dead cat in there or what?" And then there's like a drop-down menu thing in his vision that he chooses what response to say, and he's like, "Fuck you, asshole," and the guy just walks off.
There is a curious correlation with the yet unknowable forces intruding upon our world, in the form of altered world events. These forces gravitate toward archetypal objects, a gun, a television, a supposedly haunted house. So clearly humanity affects this process. Our collective unconscious is a map of sorts. We hold the key, but we don't know how to use it. We create these archetypes through everyday life, popular culture, urban legends, but we are observing and influencing a complicated system in action. We can change the likelihood of something being a receptacle for these forces just by thinking about it. But we haven't found a method to control the outcome. And yet, there's something unique in us, in our dreams, in the conceptual reality with power, with our minds. What's the cause and what's the effect? Are we the starting point or just a necessary evil in this? A byproduct, a reflection, a projection? We'll struggle to find the answers to these hard questions, or die trying. There's a curious correlation with the yet unknowable forces intruding upon our world.
Annual evaluation of Dylan Faden, formerly P6, performed by Dr. Carla Vaughn.
Ordinary AWE Stage 2, Sled Hill Cave. Witness testimonies. After what happened at school to Mrs. Chester, we started spying on Tom and saw where they took the projector. Dylan Faden, interview 2002. Tom and his troglodytes were using the Sled Hill Cave as their headquarters. That's where the projector was. They'd been using the temple slide. We called it that, but really it was a broken concrete thing, like a warehouse or a bomb shelter or something very dark. The Knot mother lived there with her babies, children, I don't know. She was feeding Tom and the others her milk. They were changing into little monsters. We called them dung monkeys. Jesse Faden, therapy session 2010. Extrapolated information. Unconfirmed existence of additional slide designation temple. Unconfirmed existence of paranatural entity designation Knot mother. EID 19928. Spectrum, those videos remind you of the ones in the TV show Lost. You made your coffee, but when you shook the half and half, you discovered the hard way that the lid wasn't even on. Oh no, Spectrum. I hate when that happens. I've done that too, as well. I didn't actually see the show Lost, and it's one of those things where I think I saw the first episode, but I didn't keep up with it, and then years went by, and I hadn't watched any. And then when I found out what the whole twist was at the end, I was like, oh, okay. So, I don't know how I would have felt finding that twist out after however many years the show went for, but I'm glad that I didn't actually bother watching it. Although at the same time, I do like to know what the ending of a series is going to be. That's why I don't really like to watch series that much. I'd rather have a story that actually gets completed in a short amount of time. That's why it's good to have, the ability to binge watch stuff, because then you just see the whole thing at your own pace as well. You had to change your clothes, and now the kitchen floor sparkles. Well, hopefully it didn't make any, permanent messes or anything.
Annual evaluation of Dylan Faden, formerly P6, performed by Dr. Carla Vaughn. The questions asked here correspond to the 5th iteration of the Gunner's psychological assessment. Are you ready, Dylan? Let's begin then. In a single word, describe the world around you.
Where's Casper?
Dr. Darling is out of the building today.
He's never out. He didn't want to come, did he? He never visits, not since Roberts. Tell Darling it wasn't my fault. I couldn't control it yet, but I can now. I learned. Will you tell him?
In a single word, describe the world around you.
A prison. A cold, empty prison. Not even a poster on the wall.
Mm-hmm. What is the next number in the sequence 3, 6, 9, 12, 15?
18.
What day is it today?
How the hell would I know? It's not like you give me a calendar.
You find a rabbit in the woods. It is breathing, but not moving. You cannot see any blood. What do?
Leave it.
Expand on that.
It doesn't matter. The rabbit's not real. None of it's real.
What day is it today?
Do you enjoy asking people questions that can't be answered? Is this what gets you up in the morning? What you dreamed of doing as a scared, stupid little girl?
Can you describe a dog to me?
In Ordinary, we had a friend. Nosebleed Neil. And when it all went crazy, you know what I mean. Nosebleed Neil turned into a dog. Or something like a dog.
What day is it tomorrow?
Fuck off! I don't know! There is no calendar! How can I fucking know?
Dylan, calm down.
Fuck you! Fuck you and fuck Casper! Hey! Are you watching this, you old fuck? Did you send your bitch because you're too scared of me? Where is Casper?
Security, get a team in here. I need...
Damn. Not knowing what day it is, being asked twice, what day is it? Spectrum, you love to wait until the series is over and then binge watch it. Yeah, what you said. Yeah, you know, like, because some shows can go on for years and years and years, and I'm like, I don't want to spend years and years and years getting invested in a show only to find out that the ending's stupid. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather find that out in a shorter amount of time, you know. But there's so many shows that I found out spoilers about that it got to a point where it didn't really matter. You know, like The Walking Dead, for example. I saw the first 2 seasons, and then I was waiting to get the third on Blu-ray, but it would cost so much, so I waited for it to come down on sale, but then I wanted to wait, and then I was like, oh, fuck this. So years and years went by, and I was just like, oh, that happens in the show, okay, that person dies, alright, cool. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, because it's like, what's the point in watching it? You know, it's like... That show was a bit rinse and repeat, to be honest, though. Hey there, Drake. Welcome, dude. You have a story to tell. Assassin's Creed Syndicate story. You know the part when you have to off a politician robbing a bank? That's right, Drake, yep. When you have to assassinate 2 Penny. And how's it going, dude, by the way? Welcome on in.
The questions asked here correspond to the 5th iteration of the Gunner's psychological story. Are you ready, Dylan? Let's begin then. In a single word, describe the world around you.
Ordinary AWE Stage 1B dump. Witness testimonies. The second slide we called the meadow, but it was really just an empty lot with a bunch of weeds. There was a shack and a phone line. It smelled like flowers there. It was powerful, intoxicating. We had crazy dreams there. It must have been because of the smell. I didn't like it. Didn't like losing control. In the dreams, everything was melting, and then, when we'd come out, everything had melted around the projector. Jesse Faden, Therapy Session 2010. Neil was really into it. We found out he'd been coming there more and more on his own. Then Tom beat the secret out of Neil and found the projector. He and his goons took it. Jesse Faden, Therapy Session 2010. We thought Neil had got lost inside the meadow when Tom changed the slide, but that's not what happened. Dylan Faden, Interview 2002. Extrapolated information. Unconfirmed existence of additional slide. Designation meadow. Ordinary, AWE Stage 4B, Town Proper. Witness testimonies. We went in and met Polaris, like a star. She told us we were special. She made us special. It felt like being born or reborn, the world fading in for the first time. Familiar, but somehow different. Jesse Faden, Therapy Session 2010. Polaris told us how to turn off the projector. The dung monkeys and the Not Mother were coming straight at us. Dylan was crying. I turned it off and they were gone. It was over. I took all the slides and burned them. All of them except Hand. Jesse Faden, Therapy Session 2010. Extrapolated information. Unconfirmed existence of paranatural entity designation Polaris. Drake, here's what happened. As soon as you offed him, you bought America in a British bank. Lots of gunshots were fired courtesy of Jacob. He was like, pew, 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 heh, America. Well, that's good that you got that assassination done, Drake. And that you got a bank. They put that in a British accent. If I could do a good one, then I would. Code therapy session between Dylan, Arnold, and Predator. The Predator just ends it by blowing everyone up.
Let's see what they have on Ordinary. It's all here. Our home, our school, the woods, the dump.
Drake, Australian accent sounds British to you anyway. First time you met, you thought we were British, so that counts. Yeah, that's fair. There's definitely similarities. So it's understandable, you know. Ordinary, AWE Stage 3, public school, witness testimonies. Tom and the others had gotten worse, scarier. The math teacher, Mrs. Chester, tried to make them listen and they pushed over a piano on her, broke her legs. Then Tom bashed her head in. Bye-bye, Mrs. Chester. I always liked her. I liked math. Dylan Faden, interview 2002. That was the tipping point. It was Lord of the Flies level bad. The grown-ups realized something was wrong. The police came and literally dragged Tom and Hugo and the others away. Tom was screaming that the Not Mother would make them all go away. They enacted a curfew for every kid in Ordinary. Mom and Dad were pissed, asking us about the dump, about everything. I remember wanting them gone, like Tom had said. When we woke up the next morning, pretty much all the adults had just vanished. Was I responsible? Did I don't know. Jesse Faden, Therapy Session 2010. Disappearance of majority of Ordinary's population confirmed to result from slide projector related AWE. So for those who don't know about the story Lord of the Flies, I haven't actually read it for a long time. I'm talking like back when I was probably like, I don't know, 11 or something. And I haven't seen the adaptations for a long time. But essentially a group of kids get stranded on an island and two groups kind of form. And it's not a very good sort of like separation either. You know, so you literally have kids who are trying to kill each other, essentially. Just to put it, you know, that's as much as I remember, really. Like, I remember this moment where this kid with these glasses uses the lens to create fire, and then, you know, there's like a fight that happens where they're fighting over his glass, and it breaks, like the lens breaks or something, and that's all they had that they could use or something. But yeah, that's what they're referring to there with Lord of the Flies. What else was I going to say too? Oh yeah, there's a lot of similarities between two things with this. Stephen King's It and Stephen King's, what's the other one I was going to say? Children of the Corn, that's right. So in Stephen King's Children of the Corn, all the children in this town, they ended up actually killing every adult that was in the town. So there's no more adults left in this town. It's all just these kids that have taken over the town as well. So just the concept of having a whole town where all the adults are gone, you know, that's what this whole thing with all the adults being gone from Ordinary reminds me of. And the part of the story when they're, you know, like there's the group of bullies, you know, and it's this whole idea of these group of kids that are involved in something supernatural and dangerous, you know, and some weird shit going down as a result. Drake, you don't get the hate from AC Syndicate. You actually enjoyed playing it. Yeah, it's a good game. There's definitely some good music in it, and some good things about it. Yeah, Spectrum, Lord of the Flies. Yeah, I haven't read that for years and haven't seen the adaptations for a long time either, as well. Like, I saw both the black and white adaptation and then the color one as well, but it's so long ago now. Drake, it was actually enjoyable. From the classic to the modern one, Mr. King never lost his touch. Yeah, the whole thing about this sort of like alien entity that feeds off of things like fear and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Zereth, Lord of the Soup. It's like, waiter, there's a fly in my soup. Sorry, Lord of the Soup. We'll get something better. Yeah, you should, because I'm Lord of the Soup, remember, not Lord of the Flies. Get it right next time, waiter.
The slide projector in the dump outside town. Did they recreate that too? Is that where they keep it?
Spectrum, there was an OG Star Trek episode where they find a world where all the adults had died, and even when the children reach puberty, they get the disease and die. How freaky would that be? Like, you can't live past a certain age. Once you reach it, that's it. Goodbye. Dead. Ogorki, Children of the Corn was a good movie. Yeah, that's another movie that has Linda Hamilton in it. It came out the same year, actually, that Terminator, the first Terminator, came out, and she was in that too as Sarah Connor. It's actually a pretty good movie. It's definitely got some cheesy and cringy kind of moments to it.
When you visit your childhood home, everything feels small, like a miniature, not real. They got that right.
But it's definitely got some really creepy moments too in it as well. There's an actor in it too, Courtney Gaines, who was in one of my favorite movies called The Burbs with Tom Hanks. Courtney Gaines plays one of the neighbors, the Klopeks, in that movie. Definitely recommend if you like old sort of like comedies with a little bit of a horror flavor to it. But yeah, he played, was it Malachi, I think, in Children of the Corn, the first movie? Zereth, tea is just plant leaf soup. Oh my god, I can't believe that's true. Oh my god, Zereth! My life has ended now. What the hell? Spectrum, and broth is just meat juice soup. Meat juice soup.
You mentioned a poem last time we talked. Yes. Beyond the shadow.
Alright, so we have another reference to a character that was introduced first in Alan Wake. The character of Thomas Zane.
mentioned a poem last time we talked. By Thomas Zane?
Yes. Beyond the shadow you settle for, there's a miracle illuminated.
I looked the poem up. Only I couldn't find any poet by that name. I did find a European filmmaker who moved here in the 60s, named Thomas Zane.
What? I don't...
No matter. It suits you very well. The poem. How you see things. Maybe you wrote it yourself?
I didn't.
No matter. You've said a few times that you feel like there's a piece of you missing. Can we talk about that?
Okay. Yeah, it's this... I feel an emptiness, a yearning for something that I think I lost.
It's natural for you to feel that way. Your brother and your parents are dead.
No. No. Dylan's not dead. And that's not even it.
You're referring to the imaginary friend from your childhood?
Polaris. She's come back. After a long time, she's calling me. In a dream I saw, she showed me things.
Jesse.
It felt more real than anything. As real as what happened in Ordinary.
The industrial accident in your hometown? That you believe Polaris caused?
No. It wasn't an accident. There was no industrial accident, and Polaris didn't cause it. She saved me and Dylan.
Jesse...
No! It was a cover-up. The government knows about it. There were agents there. Agents from... I don't know exactly, but they took Dylan. I'll find them. I won't stop looking. Polaris wants me to go to New York. There's a building there. I have to leave soon. I have to be there at a very specific time. Something hugely important is going to happen.
Jesse, you know we can't let you go until you're well. And that begins by understanding what's real and what's imagined.
Alright, so there's a few things here I want to go over. Hey there, Aura. Welcome on in. How's things going? Spectrum, is this your last stream? No, the last one for January will be on the 13th. Monday the 13th. And then I won't be streaming again until the 5th of February. Code, how about some Pumpkin Patch Kids instead? Pumpkin Patch. Yeah, that'd be better than, these crazy kids that try to kill you. Or that is a bad psychiatrist. No matter is an unhinged response. Yeah. And the thing is, this therapist is actually someone that is... they may not be an agent of the FBC, but they're tied to the FBC. They're kind of like keeping tabs on Jesse as well. So there's a line, a poem, that in that interview Jesse said was written by Thomas Zane, and the poem that she quoted was, "Beyond the shadow you settle for, there's a miracle illuminated," which is actually lyrics from a song by the Old Gods of Asgard called Balance Slays the Demon, which you can hear in the game Alan Wake's American Nightmare, which came out in 2012. Old Gods of Asgard are played by the real-life band Poets of the Fall. So that poem that she quoted is referencing that. The interviewer talks about how there's no Tom the poet, but there's a Thomas Zane who was a filmmaker. And I won't go into details on that because that has spoilers for Alan Wake 2. There's some people that I know watching the stream haven't played that. Are they 3 weeks with no road? Big sad. Yeah, but I'm sure the world will survive. But yeah, when I come back, it'll be streaming Tomb Raider Remastered 1, 2, and 3. Or obviously the psychiatrist is an agent for the FBC, but no matter is so wild to you. Yeah, it's kind of, some words that get used, Spectrum, I'm not sure if you've seen Children of the Corn. You have to watch it again. There's heaps of them now to Spectrum as well. The first one was done in 1984. Has Linda Hamilton in it. But they've done heaps of sequels to it. They probably even tried a reboot as well. That's right, or will be, yeah. Yeah, my plans had to change over the Christmas period, so I've enacted them now in January. So won't be streaming for a few weeks.
There's a miracle. I looked the poem up. I mean, I couldn't find any poets on that.
Ordinary, AWE 24. Details are largely based on interviews conducted with Dylan Faden. See interviews redacted and redacted for relevant information, and the obtained therapy sessions of Jesse Faden, as well as circumstantial evidence found at the Ordinary site. Note that accounts provided by all three sources contain conflicting data. For example, Dylan Faden claims there were 8 slides for the projector. Jesse Faden mentioned 9 slides. The Bureau found 1 intact slide, designation 36, and the burnt remains of 6 others. Unfortunately, these slides are too badly damaged to be used in the projector. Jesse Faden is believed to be the individual responsible for burning the slides. Dr. Darling has ordered that the entirety of the Ordinary Town dump be brought to the Bureau for examination and analysis, with the hopes of finding additional slides or other altered materials. Due to the limited space in the investigation sector, this AWE will be investigated in the containment sector.
Moved the whole landfill here in the middle of New York, and nobody saw a thing. Pretty unbelievable.
Dump cessation of work order. By order of Dr. Darling, all work in the Ordinary dump is to stop effective immediately. Resources will be allocated to the redacted department. Details will be forthcoming. This area will be sealed at the end of the month. Please remove all personal effects before that time. Any photographic slides, the type used in slide projectors, found in the area should be delivered to Dr. Darling immediately. Like right now. Not tomorrow, right now. Spectrum, you like Linda Hamilton? Yeah, she's really cool. I haven't seen her in a lot of stuff, except for the major things like The Terminator and Terminator 2, and Children of the Corn. And of course that terrible Terminator movie Dark Fate, which they completely fucked her character over with. Or well, she asks a question or makes a statement that clearly makes Jesse confused or uncomfortable and just follows it up with no matter. That's true. Yeah, that kind of response to something like that is, not good. You love the smell of Redacted in the morning. It's such a great smell, Redacted. Welcome back, Ave. Control is going well. We're in mission 7 at the moment, so when I finish this mission I'll be ending the stream, but it's going good. I'll be finishing the playthrough tomorrow. I hope that work went well. Hey there, Scar, welcome on in. This game runs pretty good on PS5 actually. Yeah, I don't really have many issues with it on PS5. How's things going, Scar? Welcome on in.
We should check that lab.
You just woke up, Scar? Oh, that's good. I hope you had some good rest. Or every time you play this game, you forget you have a gun. Launching objects and people is much more satisfying to you. I don't blame you at all, Aura. It's really cool too when you get the ability to throw 3 things at once. And things like being able to throw back a grenade and all that kind of stuff, you know. Hehe. I was 9 or something when I found my dad's Old Gods of Asgard album. Sorry, I'm just so used to saying Old Gods of Asgard. I was 9 or something when I found my dad's Old Gods album. I became a huge fan instantly. Jesse Faden. Old Gods of Asgard, Rebirth, Greatest Hits. I don't blame you, Jesse. It was the same for me when I first heard Poets of the Fall, which is who plays Old Gods of Asgard. I hadn't actually heard of them before I played Alan Wake 1 back in so long ago. It's been many years ago. Aura, you also just woke up. It's 7:30. Yeah, I'm going to be finishing the stream soon. It's 2:34 a.m. at the moment. No challenge for this playthrough, Aura, no. I've had an Alan Wake focus because the first game is celebrating its 15th anniversary, so I wanted to cover like all the Alan Wake references and read the documents and that. I'll also be doing the Alan Wake DLC as well. But to save time, I'm not going to be doing the Foundation one. When I finish this playthrough, I'm going to do a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, because that game is celebrating its 15th anniversary this year, and I'm going to be doing multiple different runs of it as the year goes through, so I want to at least get one Assassin's Creed playthrough in before I have my stream break.
I want to see the redacted map. Show me where my next redacted will be. I want to see the redacted map. For Valhalla. For glory. For destiny.
East or west, north or south, I'll lead the charge. Give me the map and let my battles enlarge. I want to see the redacted map. Oh, Randvi, I want to see the redacted map. Bane and Arnie duet. Thank you so very much, Ave, for redeeming those. Very, very clever. Thanks for that. The redacted map. I don't know. The last time the redacted map happened, everyone in the world started doing this thing. The Dr. Darling's doing in that emote I've got. And no one stopped. Ori, your brother, played his first AC game this weekend, and it was Syndicate. He had a blast, though. Oh, that's good. That's good that the experience was good. Yeah, that game is celebrating an anniversary as well. 10 years ago. Not to the day yet, but I don't have the luxury of waiting until every game that celebrates an anniversary actually gets to the same day, date, month, hour, minute that it released however many years ago. So I just do them within the year in which the anniversary takes place. Anywhere between January and December, as long as I get it done before the year ends. Thanks, RV. 10 out of 10 duet. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you enjoyed. Biko, a blast. Lol, you said blast. Haha. I guess I did, yeah.
Effective immediately. I'm setting up a new department. Dimensional research in the research sector. Transferring the slide projector there. That's where my focus will be now. The ordinary site remains as is. We'll be back to... I don't know when.
Darling took the projector to the research sector. He dedicated a whole area to it, so he knew it was important. Dimensional research. That's where we go next.
Alright, before I ended the stream, there was something I wanted to actually do. Where was it? Yeah, I think I remember where it was now. Aura? No. Shaky, what's your favorite dinosaur? A pterodactyl. Very good. Very good, Shaky. Ave Rod, here we have perfection. In what, sorry, Ave? Hello again, Amita. You're now from home? Excellent. It's going really well. I just finished mission 7 of the main story, now going to end the stream. But before I do, there's just a bit of music I wanted to actually have play. Which is a bit of music that I really like as well. Cheers, dude. And it's over this way. And there we go. This is where I'm going to end the stream. The clip is perfection, but it didn't appear in chat, so you put it in Listeners DC. Oh yeah, no trouble at all. Thank you for clipping that, Ave. I'll definitely have a look at that in the Discord. Crooked, thanks for the stream, Senny. I'll catch you next time. I'm going to get dinner sorted over here. Hope you have a good rest later. Thank you so very much, dude. I definitely would like to give some streamers that I'd like to recommend some shout-outs. Thank you so much for being here. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodile's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Stronghold Crusader. He's working his way through that. Next up, he's got Ghost of Tsushima on the schedule. He's doing a historical order run of various different games across different series. And so he's been doing things related to the Third Crusade, including games like Assassin's Creed 1 and Assassin's Creed Bloodlines. So he'll be going to the 1300s next with Ghost of Tsushima, and he's doing games up until the 1940s as well. So quite a lot of games in that massive project. So definitely recommend checking out his channel. And thanks for being here, dude. I really hope that you have a great dinner as well. I hope that you enjoy the food. That's okay for the stream in Meta. Absolutely no worries at all. I'm glad that you enjoyed. And same to you as well, Ogorki. No problem for the stream. I'm glad that you had a good time. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I'd also like to recommend the other following streamers as well. Oh, no worries at all for the shout out, Crooked. No worries at all, dude. See you next time, Scar. I hope you have a good one too. That's okay, Stan. No worries for the stream. Good morning to you as well. That's okay, Ave, for the stream. Thank you for being here too. And the awesome duet. No worries at all. Thank you for redeeming those together. Hey there, Fewer. Welcome. And no worries at all for the stream. I hope things are going well. Thank you for the GG's archives. Thank you very much. We'd like to highly recommend people check out AC, who's playing Conan Exiles, in Meta, who's doing a playthrough of God of War Ragnarok for his first time. Lucinda is doing a Resident Evil marathon. We'll be starting Resident Evil 4 Original as part of that marathon. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banish's Ghost of New Eden. Scar has been doing Heroes of the Storm. Shaky some Far Cry 6. And Caught Red-Headed has been doing a playthrough of Lethal Company. So definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. And no worries at all for the shout out, Amita. No problemo. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. I really appreciate it. The next stream you'll see from me will be this again. I'm going to be finishing off the main game story and also doing the Alan Wake DLC as well afterwards. So that'll be the next stream day. Thank you so much, everyone, for your support. I really appreciate it. We're going to go and raid out to Gizlek, who's playing Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. I've also got a raid message for subscribers as well, so I'll get that sorted. So I don't think I'll be finishing Control and then starting Assassin's Creed Brotherhood straight after. However, you never know. So if you see me streaming Control, then that means I still have the rest of the game to do. But if you see me streaming Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, that means that I just finished Control as well. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. I hope you all have a good one, and catch you next time.